Chapter 356. In front of the Secretariat. Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei with resentful eyes, recalling the beating in his dream last night, and said, "You betrayed my trust." Mr. Mei's lips moved as if he wanted to explain, but she couldn't tell Li Mu that Her Majesty had disguised herself as her and visited the Li mansion incognito. She coughed softly and said, "I didn't tell Her Majesty, but in Shindu, you can't hide it from her if you criticize Her Majesty behind her back." As Li Mu's cultivation improved and his knowledge widened, the mysterious veil of the masters of the upper realm had long been removed in his eyes. The Empress's cultivation was high, but it wasn't so high that she could know everything in the world just by sitting in the Changel Palace. She could even hear Li Mu complaining about her. Now he began to wonder if the Empress had installed some kind of eavesdropping magic weapon on him. Or maybe when he was persuading Mr. Mei yesterday, she used the dark light technique to spy on him, but he had a jade talisman that could shield the secrets of heaven, so the dark light technique couldn't spy on him. Could it be that the Empress blocked others and only gave herself permission? Just in case, Li Mu put the jade talisman that he carried with him into the teapot space. Most of the time, he didn't care if the Empress spied on him, but today was different from the past. He still had some inconveniences every day. As for the thing that could shield the secrets of heaven, he could use Fulu instead. The secrets of heaven were hard to predict, but shielding them was easy. He had the lifetime experience of Talisman Daozi and the inheritance of the Taoist page, so it wasn't difficult to draw a Fulu to replace the shielding jade talisman. After parting with Mr. Mei, Li Mu walked into the Secretariat. These days, Li Mu had dealt with all the memorials that he needed to deal with in time. Today, he was only busy for more than 15 minutes and had nothing to do. Since he had nothing to do, he picked up a pen and wrote a name on a paper. Li Yi. This official with the same surname as him used to be a clear stream in the imperial court, but his ending was extremely regrettable. More than 10 years ago, for the sake of the people of Great Zhou, he made an enemy of the nobles of the imperial court. More than 10 years later, Li Mu was living in his old house, doing things that he had never finished. It seemed that fate existed in the unseen world. The 4 dead managers of the Ministry of Personnel were probably one of the people who had framed him back then. The real culprit behind their deaths was very likely a friend of Lord Li's. Li Mu felt a little regretful. Revenge was indeed satisfying, but the majesty of the law was not to be challenged. The 4 of them had broken the law and should be tried by the imperial court. He had killed many officials of the imperial court for personal gain. The circumstances were extremely bad. No matter what the reason was, he would not be able to escape death. At this point, Li Mu could not save him, but he wanted to do something for him, for the hero who had died in vain. Not for anything else, but for the fate of a house. He left the Secretariat and returned to the Ministry of Justice. As soon as the director of the Ministry of Justice saw him, he came out of the yamen and asked, "Does Official Li have any orders?" Li Mu said, "I want to investigate a case." The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "Which case does Official Li want to investigate? I will send someone to find it for you." Li Mu said, 14 years ago, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, committed treason. The director of the Ministry of Justice trembled when he heard this, and his face immediately turned pale. Li Mu saw the change in his expression and asked, "Why, is there a problem?" The director of the Ministry of Justice pulled Li Mu into his yamen, and only then did he dare to take a breath and persuade Li Mu, "Official Li, this time you must listen to my advice. This case cannot be touched, really cannot be touched." Li Mu asked, "Why not?" The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "This case involves too many people. Moreover, it has been decided for more than 10 years. Official Li, why do you want to cause more trouble?" Li Mu looked at the director of the Ministry of Justice. When he wanted to investigate the academy, he thought that the director of the Ministry of Justice had not been so afraid. It seemed that this case was indeed unusual. Li Mu said, "You just need to bring the file over." The director of the Ministry of Justice still looked hesitant. This. Zhou Zhong walked in and said, "Since Official Li wants it, then give it to him." The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Zhou Zhong and finally nodded, saying, "Yes." Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and asked, This case has been over for more than 10 years. Why do you suddenly want to investigate it? Li Mu looked directly at Zhou Zhong and asked in return, why don't you investigate it? The former owner of the Li mansion was Zhou Zhong's friend. He had more reason than Li Mu to commit a crime for his friend. Zhou Zhong did not answer directly. His eyes stopped on Li Mu and said, you are really very similar. Even the houses you live in are the same. I don't know if this is a sign from the heavens. Li Mu said, you haven't answered my question. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and said, don't bring up this case again. I'm doing this for your own good. You've done what many of us can't. Don't let the results of your previous efforts go down the drain. Li Mu shook his head and said, next time, if you dare to speak rudely in front of the Li mansion, don't blame me for being ruthless. Considering that the former owner of the Li mansion was Zhou Zhong's old friend, Li Mu could forgive him for remembering his old friend on the day before Li Mu's wedding. After today, this reason would no longer exist. The director of the Ministry of Justice had already brought over a thick dossier. After Li Mu opened it, he skipped over the series of evidence at the front. In a battle in the imperial court, if one wanted to pin a crime on a person, it didn't depend on what he did, but where he stood. If you stood on the right side, then what was wrong was also right. If you stood on the wrong side, then what was right was also wrong. He directly flipped to the testimony section and saw a series of names. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel Xiao Yuan, the Director of the Ministry of Personnel Chen Jian, the Director of the Ministry of Personnel Gao Hong, the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court Zhou Chuan, the Marquis of Zhongyong Lu Kuan, the Count of Ping and Yao Bin. 14 years ago, it was these people who convicted Li Yi of treason, causing his family to be exterminated. These were the official positions of these people 14 years ago. Li Mu was familiar with most of these names. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel Xiao Yuan was now the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a member of the Xiao royal family. The Director of the Ministry of Personnel Chen Jian was now the Left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The Director of the Ministry of Personnel Gao Hong was now the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court Zhou Chuan was the younger brother of Minister Zhou Jing, the Empress's third uncle and the current Minister of Works. Most of these people after their names were the nobles of Luoyang. They were also the people whose fundamental interests had been affected by Li Yi's reform. 14 years later, most of them had become important figures in the imperial court. Among them, there were nobles, pillars of the new party, and members of the old party. Li Mu finally knew why the director of the Ministry of Justice had stopped him. Previously, he had only been messing around with the younger generation of these forces. This time, if he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi, he would have to face the elders of these people. 14 years had passed, and they had already occupied important positions in the imperial court. It was not easy to touch even one of them, let alone all of them. It was tantamount to uprooting both the new party and the old party from the imperial court. Not to mention whether anyone could do it. Even if they could, the imperial court of the Great Zhou would be riddled with holes. It would be a perfect opportunity for foreign enemies to take advantage of. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and asked, do you still want to investigate? Li Mu was no longer the hothead he was when he first entered Luoyang. This was also not a small fight between him and the hedonistic son of a wealthy family. To clear Li Yi's name, it meant that he had to completely clean up the Ministry of Personnel. One minister, 2 assistant ministers, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family, and the Empress's third uncle as the mastermind of this case, it was inevitable that they would be sentenced to death. As for the large number of officials involved, although their crimes did not warrant death, many of them would be stripped of their positions and banished from the army. The current Great Zhou court could not accept such turmoil. Zhou Zhong's gaze was still fixed on Li Mu. He said slowly, go back. If you still want to do something for the people in the future, you have to know how to protect yourself. Only by protecting yourself will there be hope. Walking out of the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu's mood was unprecedentedly low. There were some things that even if he knew what was right, he could not ignore the consequences. He had to think for the Empress and also for the Great Zhou. Thinking carefully about what Zhou Zhong said before he left, Li Mu seemed to understand why Zhou Zhong's name was on the list he saw just now. Protecting himself and leaving behind hope was probably the choice he made at that time. At the same time, Li Mu also knew why the culprit of these 4 cases would choose to take revenge in such a way. Although the law could give him justice, the imperial court could not. Therefore, he chose to seek justice for himself. Most of the time, Li Mu hoped that anyone who broke the law would be punished. Only this time, he hoped that the culprit could escape. It would be best if after the deaths of the 4 managers of the Ministry of Personnel, he had already given up on revenge and did not go to Yantai County anymore. Yantai County. The Yantai County commandant stood in the courtyard and looked at the figure that appeared in the courtyard. He said mockingly, "I didn't expect you to really dare to come." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 powerful auras appeared in the 4 corners of the courtyard. They enveloped the entire courtyard with a formation, and no one could enter or leave. The Yantai County commandant looked at the woman wearing the bamboo hat and sneered. "You are only at the 4th realm. Who gave you the confidence to assassinate me?" Under the bamboo hat, the woman's lips moved slightly, and she seemed to say a word. A dark purple thunderbolt ignored the isolation of the formation and condensed directly above the Yantai County commandant's head. The Yantai County commandant did not even have time to react before he was reduced to ashes by the thunderbolt. A few of the imperial court's consecrators stood dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually killed the Yantai County commandant right in front of them. The Yantai County commandant's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th realm, much higher than that woman. However, she was only at the 4th realm. How could she know the purple heavenly thunder that could only be used at the 5th realm? Moreover, the power of the purple heavenly thunder was close to that of the mid-5th realm. After the woman killed the Yantai County commandant, she took off her bamboo hat and stood quietly on the spot, as if she did not intend to resist. One of the consecrators frowned. "She wants to die?" They had set up an ambush here, but she still killed the Yantai County commandant right in front of them. Another consecrator flew into a rage out of humiliation. He formed a hand seal and gritted his teeth. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." So, a consecrator beside him stopped him and said, "Our duty is only to capture her. Don't do anything unnecessary. Bring her back to the divine capital, and the imperial court will deal with her." The woman looked at them and said, "I won't go back to the divine capital with you. Kill me now." One of the consecrators looked at her coldly and said, "That's not up to you. With the crimes you've committed, it would be too easy for you to die just like that." Clang! A shiny sword appeared in the woman's hand, and she stabbed it at the consecrator. The consecrator easily caught the sword with 2 fingers and sneered. "You want to anger me and make me kill you? Dream on. I don't want to kill you now. You don't want to go to the divine capital, so I'll bring you back to the divine capital." As soon as he finished speaking, the other consecrators spoke as well. "If she dies, we won't be able to report back. Let's attack together. Seal her spiritual power first. Don't give her a chance to kill herself." The divine capital. A day ago, Li Mu asked for half a month's leave from the Empress. Firstly, he wanted to spend time with Lu Hanyan. Secondly, he wanted to adjust his mood. Regarding Li Yi's matter, Li Mu wanted to but was powerless to do so. This made him feel very apologetic. The house that he used to live in was not so comfortable these days. In order to make him feel better, he spread some news about the case. The citizens of the divine capital were initially filled with righteous indignation about the deaths of the 4 court officials. This was a provocation to the imperial court and trampling on the dignity of the great Zhou's law. However, after learning the truth, the public opinion changed overnight. So he's avenging Lord Li. Lord Li is such a good person. Those people deserve to die. I hope he doesn't get caught. He might be Lord Li's only descendant. It was also at this time that Li Mu realized that the citizens of the divine capital had never forgotten about Li Yi. Even though more than a decade had passed, some of the older citizens still remembered his deeds when he was mentioned. The younger ones were still young and did not know about Li Yi. However, after hearing the stories of the elders, the flames of justice were ignited in their hearts. Lord Li was persecuted by those people back then for the sake of the citizens. Sigh, it's a pity that Lord Li was not born in the imperial court. If only he could join forces with Lord Li Jr., how good would that be? What a pity. Walking hand in hand with Lu Hanyan on the streets, Li Mu could occasionally hear the citizens discussing the events of the past. He finally felt a little better, even though he had already been called Lord Li Jr. by the citizens. Lu Hanyan held Li Mu's hand and said with some regret, "I remember that Lord Li's incident happened exactly a year after I was sold to the music workshop. Lord Li's entire family was wrongly murdered. The workshop owner was so angry that he didn't open the shop for 3 days and didn't allow us to play. There was a younger sister who, because she didn't need to practice the zither, laughed happily and was punished by the workshop owner to stand for an entire day. It was also at that time that I heard about Lord Li from the workshop owner. Who would have thought that the house we're living in now was the house he used to live in?" Li Mu sighed and said, "The day before our wedding was the anniversary of his death." Lu Hanyan said with some regret, "If we had known, we would have pushed it back a few days." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "When the time is right, I want to reverse the verdict for him." Lu Hanyan tightly gripped his hand and said, "No matter what decision you make, I'll be with you." With her at his side, Li Mu's mood improved greatly. He accompanied her to visit a few more shops. Just as the two of them were preparing to return home, there was a sudden commotion on the streets. Many citizens rushed forward. Li Mu walked onto the street and stopped a person. "What's going on?" he asked. That person saw that it was Li Mu and sighed. "It's Lord Li. I heard that a few days ago, the murderer of those officials was caught." "Ah, how did she get caught? Those who should be caught aren't caught, but those who shouldn't be caught are randomly caught. The people he killed were all people who deserved to die. The imperial court didn't distinguish between right and wrong. The common people's thoughts were often very simple. They did not understand the law, and most of them would only judge a matter based on the morals in their hearts. Their thoughts were often not in line with the law, but they were in line with the most simple understanding of things as an ordinary person." Lu Hanyan walked out and held Li Mu's hand. "Can you think of a way to save him?" she asked. Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. Xiao Yu killed the county magistrate of Yang County because the county magistrate of Yang County killed her. Moreover, she was recognized by the heavens. Even so, the imperial court dared to go against the heavens at the beginning. If the empress hadn't intervened, she wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of having her soul scattered. This case was fundamentally different from Xiao Yu's case. The law didn't encourage revenge. Even the victims could only fight back when their lives were threatened. Revenge after the fact would still be punished by the law. Moreover, he killed 4 officials. The circumstances were extremely bad. There was almost no possibility of being forgiven. A few citizens walked over from afar and spoke with regret. "Ah, she was still caught. I heard that she's Sir Li's daughter. No wonder she wanted to take revenge for Sir Li. Could it be that Sir Li's last bloodline is going to be cut off?" A prisoner's carriage slowly drove over from the front of the street. Parading through the streets was an additional punishment given by the imperial court to those who committed the most heinous crimes. This was a humiliation to them, and also a deterrent to those who had bad intentions. Usually, when criminals were paraded through the streets, the citizens would rush up and throw rotten eggs, rotten vegetables, and other things at them. This was also tacitly allowed by the imperial court. However, today, the streets were exceptionally quiet wherever the prisoner's carriage passed. The citizens silently stood on both sides of the street. They didn't say a word as they watched the prisoner's carriage pass. When they looked at the figure on the prisoner's carriage, there was no disgust or hatred in their eyes. There was only pity and anger towards the imperial court. A citizen who didn't know what was going on saw the prisoner's carriage pass by. He quickly ran home and took out a rotten egg that he always kept at home. Just as he was about to throw it, he was seen by a sharp-eyed man. He kicked him to the ground and asked with red eyes, "What the F***ck are you doing?" The person who was pressed to the ground had a puzzled expression. "I'm going to throw a rotten egg." "Why aren't you prepared at all?" the man said angrily. "That's Sir Li's child. I told you to throw it, I told you to throw it. If you don't eat this egg today, I'll beat you to death." Just as the person was about to resist, the rotten egg in his hand was snatched and stuffed into his mouth. "Ugh!" An unbearable stench filled his mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted. The prisoner's carriage slowly drove down the street. Beside the prisoner's carriage, two priests from the Department of Priests looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. Strange, it was too strange. Usually, when the prisoner's carriage passed by, the streets would be in chaos. What was going on today? Why was it so quiet? The two Fifth Realm powerhouses actually couldn't stand the way the commoners looked at them. Li Mu looked at the prisoner's carriage slowly driving down. He originally couldn't bear to look at it, but when his gaze swept over the figure in the prisoner's carriage, everything that he looked at, whether it was the prisoner's carriage, the streets, the shops beside the streets, or the citizens on the streets, everything disappeared. There was only that figure left in his eyes. Looking at the extremely pale and frail figure standing in the prisoner's carriage, Li Mu felt as if someone had grabbed his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. How could it be? How could it be? At this moment, countless thoughts intertwined in his mind. One mystery after another was solved just like that. Li Qing. Li Qing was Li Yi's daughter. Why did she cultivate so hard? Why did she leave Fulu school? Why did she look hesitant and conflicted when she parted ways with Li Mu? Why did she hesitate to speak? These were things that Li Mu couldn't figure out in the past. At this moment, he had an answer. In the prisoner's carriage, Li Qing, whose eyes were originally closed, suddenly felt something. She slowly opened her eyes and looked in a direction. The moment their gazes met, her body trembled. A hint of panic flashed across her face. She turned her face away as much as she could to prevent Li Mu from seeing her. Lu Hanyan looked at the figure in the prisoner's carriage in shock. She instinctively let go of Li Mu's hand. In the next moment, Li Mu grabbed her hand again. She turned to look at Li Mu. Her heart instantly calmed down. She gripped Li Mu's hand tightly and then slowly let go. She looked at Li Mu and said softly, "Go." Li Mu nodded. He looked at her and said, "Wait for me at home." After the prisoner's carriage entered the divine capital, it passed through a few streets and slowly drove to the entrance of the Ministry of Justice. The culprit who had assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court would be temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice to await trial by the imperial court. Based on her vile actions, she would be sentenced to death if nothing went wrong. A moment later, in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong walked into the prison and said to a few people, "You guys go out first." All the prison guards had temporarily left. Zhou Zhong was the only one in front of the prison cell in the deepest part of the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong stood at the door of the prison cell and looked at the woman in the cell. His tone was extremely complicated. He said slowly, "Why didn't you listen to me? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Even I can't save you." Li Qing looked at him and asked, "If I listened to you, would I be able to clear my father's name? Would I be able to avenge my father, mother, and the entire Li family?" Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "You don't understand your father. He doesn't want you to avenge him. He only wants you to live well. I promised him that I would protect his bloodline. I also promised him that I would complete his unfinished business. He views this matter as more important than his life." He was silent for a long time. With his back facing Li Qing, he leaned weakly against the bars of the prison cell and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry." A smile appeared on Li Qing's face as she said, "You didn't let anyone down. You have done enough for me." Zhou Zhong's lips moved. Just as he was about to speak, a furious voice suddenly came from outside the prison. "Zhou, what are you doing in there alone? Come out. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll smash the door. 1. Lord Li, calm down, calm down." Chapter 357. Li Mu counted 1, and the law bell grew louder as if it was about to strike. The door of the prison opened from the inside and Zhou Zhong walked out. He said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Li Mu said coldly, "You sent all the jailers away and stayed in there alone. I want to ask you, what do you want?" Zhou Zhong regained his composure and said lightly, "I am the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Can I ask about the case? Why do I have to send everyone away if I want to ask about the case? This is an important case. All unrelated people should leave. Is there a problem? Do. Li Mu pointed at Zhou Zhong. He seemed to have thought of something and a light flashed in his mind. He said with a look of understanding, "It's you." Zhou Zhong asked calmly, "What do you mean, Lord Li?" Li Mu looked at him and asked, "You are Li Heir, right?" Zhou Zhong's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He said calmly, "I don't know what Lord Li is talking about." Li Mu didn't know who Li Heir was before. After knowing that Li Qing was Li Yi's daughter, he didn't need to guess who Li Heir was. Zhou Zhong was Li Heir. Zhou Zhong was the one who won the Talisman Dao trial and sent Li Qing to the Fulu school. No wonder Li Mu had never seen the heaven-grade Fulu on his desk. Zhou Zhong himself was a rare Talisman Dao genius, but he never showed it. In this case, the Ministry of Justice didn't investigate the deaths of the Anyang County Magistrate and the Tianhe County Deputy because Zhou Zhong didn't forget about them. At that time, he knew that these two cases were done by Li Qing and deliberately suppressed them. The mysteries in Li Mu's heart were solved one by one. However, Zhou Zhong's heart was filled with confusion. Why did Li Mu come here? How did he know about his other identity? What was the relationship between him and Li Qing? Li Mu was so anxious that he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with Zhou Zhong. He said, "Let me in." Zhou Zhong was still puzzled. He stood in front of Li Mu and shook his head. "She is a wanted criminal of the imperial court," he said. "Visiting the prison is forbidden." Li Mu's face darkened as he said, "Get out of the way, or I won't be polite." Zhou Zhong's expression was calm as he asked, "How impolite are you, Lord Li?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Zhong and said, "You forced me to do this." He took out the spirit conch and sent a voice transmission, "Your Majesty." A moment later, Li Mu handed the spirit snail to Zhou Zhong. After Zhou Zhong took it, he heard the voice coming from the spirit conch. He said respectfully to the spirit conch, "Yes, I understand. I will do as you command." He returned the spirit snail to Li Mu and quietly stepped aside. Li Mu walked into the prison. Zhou Zhong was about to follow him in when Li Mu turned around and said, "Close the door. Don't let anyone in, including you." Zhou Zhong frowned and was about to speak when Li Mu took out the spirit conch again and asked, "Do you want His Majesty to talk to you directly?" Zhou Zhong didn't speak again. He closed the door and slowly walked to the assistant minister's office. He looked up and saw the door of the assistant minister's office was closed. Inside the assistant minister's office, Zhou Zhong extended his hand and flicked out a ray of white light. An image appeared in the air. It was the scene in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. However, as soon as the image appeared, it blurred and nothing could be seen. The heavenly mystery has been blocked. Zhou Zhong's face showed a hint of impatience. He anxiously paced around the office. At the same time, in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu had already walked to the deepest part of the prison. The aura he was so familiar with was in the cell around the corner. Li Mu was only one step away from her. It had been a very, very long time since he had been so close to her. Li Mu stood around the corner for a while before slowly taking that step. In the cell, Li Qing bent her knees and leaned against the wall. She raised her head and looked at the door of the cell. A faint smile appeared on her lips and she said, "I thought I wouldn't have the chance to personally congratulate you." Li Mu looked at her and asked, "You already know?" Li Qing hugged her knees and said, "The fireworks that night were very beautiful." Li Mu thought of the inexplicable throbbing in his heart that day. He said, "Sorry, I didn't know the Li estate was your previous home." If he knew the Li estate was her previous home and that the day before their wedding was the anniversary of her family's death, Li Mu would have asked the Empress for a new estate and chosen a new date to hold the wedding. He simply couldn't imagine how Li Qing felt that night. Li Qing shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. I heard from the people of Luoyang that you did a lot of good things for the people. I'm very happy that you can live in the Li estate. If father knew, he would be happy too." Li Mu took out a piece of fulu and walked through the cell door. He sat down next to Li Qing. Li Qing tilted her head and looked at him. "Promise me one thing." Li Mu said decisively, "No." Li Qing said, "I'm your boss." Li Mu said, "You used to be." "Don't meddle in my business." "I'm not meddling in your business. I'm just doing what I should do." Sir Li is devoted to the people. I admire him, respect him, and see him as my role model. What's wrong with me trying to redress the injustice for my role model? Li Mu looked at her pale face and said, "Open your mouth." Li Qing turned her head and said, "Live. Don't come back." Li Mu pinched her chin and put a pill into her mouth. Her mana was sealed. Li Mu couldn't undo the seal for the time being. He could only use the pill bestowed by the Empress to heal her. Li Qing's lips moved. Li Mu said first, "You know me. Once I've decided on something, no one can change it. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, I would still meddle in this matter." Li Qing turned her head. There was a trace of sobbing in her voice. "Who am I to you? What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? You are my boss." Li Mu looked at her and said, "Before, it was you who protected me. Now, it is my turn to protect you." Li Qing grabbed Li Mu's hand tightly. "You can't win against them. Father can't win against them. You can't win against them either. Plus, I can't turn back anymore." Li Mu held her hand and said, "Trust me. I will think of a way to get you out first." Li Qing shook her head and said, "You have already made many enemies in the divine capital. This will become evidence for them to attack you." Li Mu said, "I will have the Fulu school step in." Li Qing said sadly, "I am no longer a disciple of the Fulu school." Li Mu extended his hand. There was a flash of white light in his palm. A talisman appeared in his hand. He placed the talisman in Li Qing's hand and said, "Now you are again." Li Qing held the talisman and looked at him. Li Mu smiled and said, "I won it in passing when I participated in the Talisman Dao trial. I thought you would need it in the future. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Sir Li, it's time." Zhou Zhong's voice came from outside. Li Mu stood up and took a deep breath. He looked at Li Qing and said, "Recover well. Don't worry about anything else. I will take care of everything." He walked out of the cell and looked deeply at Li Qing. Then he strode out of the prison. Zhou Zhong stood outside the prison. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "You know her?" Li Mu did not answer. He said, "What do you plan to do?" Zhou Zhong was silent for a moment and said, "Assassinate 5 court officials. According to the law, don't King talk to me about the law. Is there any law in the divine capital?" Li Mu had nowhere to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "If the nobles break the law, they will pay with their gold medallions. If the officials die unjustly, they will have no way to redress their grievances. Tell me, what is the law? What is if Zhou Zhong said in a low voice, "Don't forget that you are an official of the Great Zhou. Don't break the law. Don't forget how many people are waiting for you to make a mistake. If you take a wrong step, you will lose everything you have." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I don't care." Zhou Zhong met his gaze and asked, "What do you care?" Li Mu did not answer. A figure strode in from the entrance of the Ministry of Justice. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel had just stepped into the Ministry of Justice when he asked Zhou Zhong, "Sir Zhou, where is the Li family's remaining member?" When he reached the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. He stopped in his tracks. He looked to the side of Zhou Zhong and met a pair of blood-red eyes. Li Mu looked at the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, one of the masterminds who framed Li Qing's father. He finally found an outlet to vent his anger. With a thought, a Fulu appeared out of thin air. A faint light flashed on the Fulu, and the runes merged into Li Mu's body. A layer of golden armor appeared on his body. Even his fists were covered in golden light. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel realized that something was wrong. His expression changed as he shouted, "Li Mu, what are you doing?" Li Mu's entire body was covered in armor. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chen, I've tolerated you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a blur as he flew toward the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel hurriedly blocked and said in anger, "Li Mu, are you crazy?" "I am crazy, but it's all your fault. The humiliation you gave me that day caused me to develop an inner demon. What enmity do you have with me? How dare you frame me like this?" I can't take this lying down. Today, I'll pay you back double for the humiliation you gave me that day. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was shocked. He did not expect that his mocking words that day would cause Li Mu to develop an inner demon. This made him angry, but also pleased. It would be best if the inner demon took over his mind and turned him into a lunatic. His Majesty would not dote on a lunatic. The only outcome of having one's mind taken over by the inner demon was death. However, this trace of happiness in his heart quickly disappeared without a trace. He did not know what Fulu Li Mu had used, but the combat power he displayed was not weaker than a creation realm cultivator. In close combat, the left assistant minister could only passively defend. He did not even have the chance to use any spells. After taking a few punches, he looked at Zhou Zhong and shouted, "Lord Zhou, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Zhong shouted back, "Lord Qin, I'm coming to help you now." With that, he flew up but was kicked away by Li Mu. His body flew into a yamen and did not appear again. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel knew that Zhou Zhong was no match for Li Mu, so he fled out of the Ministry of Justice in a panic. He did not believe that Li Mu would dare to attack him in front of so many people in the divine capital. After the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Zhou Zhong walked out of a yamen. He patted the dust off his body and walked back into the Ministry of Justice's prison. In the cell, Li Qing stood up and looked at him. She asked, "What happened outside?" Zhou Zhong said, "It's nothing. Li Mu and Chen Jian are fighting." Li Qing said anxiously, "Go and stop him, don't worry. As long as he doesn't kill Chen Jian will be the unlucky one in the end." Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing, who was still nervous, and said, "Although he often did some crazy things in the past, he was still rational. For you, he even lost his rationality. Now, can you tell me what's the relationship between you two?" Chapter 358. Outside the Ministry of Justice, on the streets of Divine Capital. "You're crazy. You're really crazy. Li Mu, do you know the consequences of your actions? Li, I won't let you get away with this." The Assistant Minister of Personnel's expression changed from shock to fear. He did not expect Li Mu to attack him on the streets in front of the citizens of Divine Capital. Is this lunatic not afraid of the imperial court's punishment? The citizens on the streets were also dumbfounded by what they saw. Who else could it be other than young Master Li, whose entire body was shining with golden light and was currently chasing after someone? Upon closer inspection, the person being beaten was wearing a high-ranked official's uniform. He seemed to be the Assistant Minister of Personnel. The commoners did not know much about the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. They only knew that he held a high position and was an important figure in the old party. Over the past few days, after the inside story of Lord Li's case was uncovered, they found out that this person was the mastermind who framed Lord Li. With that merit, he had risen to the top and was now sitting in Lord Li's position. It was absolutely detestable. Seeing Li Mu chasing after him and beating him up, the citizens felt an indescribable satisfaction. Well done. This kind of person will only cause trouble if we let him live. Let's just beat him to death. Sigh, if we beat him to death, Li Mu will also get into big trouble. It's better to beat him up to vent our anger. Why is Li Mu so impulsive today? Is he also speaking up for Li Mu? The citizens did not dare to speak loudly. They could only whisper. Above their heads, waves of dermic powers quickly attracted a few figures. "Stop! How dare you fight here? Stop it!" A few generals in silver armor quickly flew over. They were about to stop the fight when they were surprised to find that it was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and Li Mu from the Secretariat who were fighting in the sky above Luoyang. They did not know how to deal with it. If two cultivators dared to fight in Divine Capital, they would have been taken down long ago. But what was the reason for these two important officials to fight in front of so many people? Li Mu, the secretary of the Secretariat, was still in good condition. Only his hair was a little messy, but Chen Jian, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, had a bloody nose and a swollen face. Seeing the Imperial Guard generals who guarded Divine Capital arrive, Li Mu did not make things difficult for them. He stopped and quietly floated in the air. The assistant minister of personnel covered his bruised eyes. He was furious. "What are you waiting for? Take him down." The Imperial Guard could not deal with the officials fighting. One general looked at the two officials and said, "Sirs, please follow us to His Majesty's side." Hearing the words His Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Personnel's heart skipped a beat. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. His Majesty is busy every day. Let's not disturb him over such a small matter." "I have some misunderstanding with Li Mu." The Assistant Minister of Personnel was obviously the victim. He did not want to pursue the matter. The generals did not want to wait too long. Just as they were about to leave, Li Mu's face darkened. He said coldly, "It's a misunderstanding. Chen Jian, you cut off my path of cultivation and you want to let it go? Come, follow me to His Majesty." Seeing that Li Mu was not going to let it go, the Imperial Guard generals were troubled. The leader weighed the pros and cons and said, "Sirs, let's go." Although they did not want to be a busybody, they had to deal with this matter as long as one person did not relent. Otherwise, they would be derelict in their duties. What they could not understand was that the Assistant Minister of Personnel had already decided to let it go, but the culprit was not going to let it go. In Xianxia Palace, Zhou Yi was listening to the officials of the three provinces report on the state affairs. Mr. Mei walked in from outside and said with a strange expression, "Your Majesty, Chen Jian, the Assistant Minister of Personnel, and Li Mu from the Secretariat request an audience." Zhou Yi said, "Let them in." Soon, two figures walked in from outside. The first to walk in was Chen Jian, the Assistant Minister of Personnel. His clothes were messy, his official robe was untidy, his official hat was askew, and his face was covered in bruises. The officials were shocked. How did the Assistant Minister of Personnel, a master of the creation realm, end up like this? Chen Jian walked into the hall and said with grief and indignation, "Your Majesty." Li Mu walked past Chen Jian and walked in quickly. He said with grievance, "Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for me." The Assistant Minister of Personnel was stunned. He stared blankly at Li Mu. He opened his mouth but did not say anything. He had been an official for many years, but he had never seen such a shameless person. In front of His Majesty, he dared to complain first. Without waiting for Li Mu to speak again, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, Li Mu from the Secretariat has disregarded the law and beat up an important official of the Imperial Court. Your Majesty, please punish him severely and uphold the law." In the hall, the officials of the three provinces finally knew that the Assistant Minister of Personnel was injured by Li Mu. Looking at Li Mu's appearance just now, they thought that the Assistant Minister of Personnel had done something to Li Mu. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What the Assistant Minister of Personnel said, is it true?" Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, I have a reason for my actions. Please investigate it." Zhou Yi said, "No reason can be a reason for you to beat up an important official of the Imperial Court." Li Mu raised his head and said, "On the 10th day of the 10th month, the left Assistant Minister of Personnel, Chen Jian, verbally humiliated me in the Ministry of Personnel, causing me to develop an inner demon. Your Majesty, please show me the scene from that day." Zhou Yi waved his hand and sent out a ray of white light. An image appeared above the heads of everyone in the hall. In the image, Li Mu was about to leave the Ministry of Personnel when the Assistant Minister of Personnel suddenly said, "Lord Li, you may not know this, but the Li residence you are living in now is the residence of that guilty official. The day before your wedding is the anniversary of the death of that guilty official's family. I wonder if you heard the wails of their ghosts on your wedding night." Seeing this scene, the Assistant Minister of Personnel's face paled. The officials in the hall finally understood why the Assistant Minister of Personnel had met such an end. Even if it was an ordinary person's wedding, there would still be some good luck. It was very taboo for people to say anything inauspicious. Who could tolerate such verbal humiliation on the day of someone's wedding? Moreover, this kind of humiliation had caused the person involved to develop an inner demon. In the cultivation world, this was probably not something that could be settled with a simple beating. Ruining the path of cultivation was a great enmity that would not rest until one of them was dead. Zhou Yi looked at the Assistant Minister of Personnel and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" The Assistant Minister of Personnel hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, I was muddle-headed at that time," Zhou Yi said coldly. "Being muddle-headed is not an excuse for ruining the Dao hearts of your colleagues." The Assistant Minister of Personnel hurriedly knelt and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Assistant Minister of Personnel, Chen Jian, humiliated a colleague. The consequences are serious. His moral conduct is lacking. He will be suspended from his duties for a month and his salary will be deducted for half a year." The ministers in the hall glanced at the Assistant Minister of Personnel and sighed in their hearts. Chen Jian really had no foresight. Li Mu was the favored minister of the Empress. Chen Jian dared to drag Li Mu to meet the Empress when he knew that he was in the wrong. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? The officials of the 3 provinces still had to report to the political leaders. After the Empress concluded the case of Li Mu and Chen Jian, the 2 of them walked out of Xianxia Palace. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future. Chen Jian took one last look at Li Mu, covered his face with his sleeves, and left in a hurry. Li Mu walked slowly in the palace, but his thoughts were running fast. He and Li Yi shared the same residence. According to his original plan, he would take the long view and plan step by step. When the time was right, he would overturn the case for Li Yi and clear his name. This way, he could minimize the impact on the situation in the imperial court and would not cause too much trouble for the Empress. As for the person who caused these cases, he could only try his best to save his life. Even if he did not succeed in the end, he had already done what he should have done. Regarding this matter, he did not ask for anything other than peace of mind. This was the most rational thing to do. However, when he saw the figure in the prisoner carriage, he threw all rationality and plans to the back of his mind. The first thing he needed to do now was to get Li Qing out of the Ministry of Justice. Although Zhou Zhong was in the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong happened to be the person Li Mu did not trust the most. Li Mu knew very well that Zhou Zhong had actually given up on her just now. In Zhou Zhong's heart, there was something that he thought was more noble. After thinking for a while, the only person Li Mu could trust at the moment was Zhang Chun. The power of the Zongjing Temple had been further expanded recently. The cases that the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court could handle were handled by the Zongjing Temple. The cases that the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court could not handle were handled by the Zongjing Temple. Li Mu first returned to the Secretariat and drafted an official document with the identity of the Secretariat's secretary. After that, he asked Mr. Mei to ask the Empress to temporarily interrupt the debriefing of the officials of the 3 provinces and put the Empress's seal on the document. After that, he went to the Zongjing Temple and handed the document to Zhang Chun, asking him to transfer Li Qing from the Ministry of Justice to the Zongjing Temple. Although the Ministry of Justice and the Zongjing Temple were controlled by the old party, at least Zhang Chun was in the Zongjing Temple. In the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong received the document and said to the director of the Ministry of Justice, "Open the prison." Soon, a carriage drove out of the Ministry of Justice and slowly into the palace, heading in the direction of the Zongjing Temple. The Zongjing Temple mostly dealt with the important officials of the imperial court and the royal family's disciples. In consideration of their dignity, they did not want the people to throw vegetables and eggs at them when they were escorting important people through the streets. The prisoner carriage of the Zongjing Temple was a modified carriage, sealed and hidden. In the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou was lying in the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, basking in the sun. When he saw the carriage enter the Zongjing Temple, he asked, "Who committed the crime this time?" Minister Feng, who was squatting beside him and fanning him, said, "It's Li Yi's daughter. It said that she killed 5 officials outside and was brought back to Fairy's capital by the Office of Worship. She's waiting for trial, Li." Prince Shou narrowed his eyes, as if he was lost in his memories. Minister Feng said, "It's that Li Yi who caused a huge ruckus in Fairy's capital more than 10 years ago. Later, his entire family was executed. I didn't expect that there would be one left out. Li Yi from more than 10 years ago, and now Li Mu. Why is this surnamed Li not to be trifled with?" As he spoke, he thought of something and said to Prince Shou, "Your Highness, you have to take care of that Zhang Chun. I don't know what he's thinking, but he arranged for Li Yi's daughter's cell to be the same as the wedding room. Not only did he choose the largest and most spacious cell, he even arranged for people to clean it inside and out. He changed the big bed, brand new bedding, and even a mirror and dressing table. He even locked all the prisoners around that cell elsewhere and hung curtains around the cell. How is this a prison at the Zongjing Temple? She's clearly a young mistress. I just want to bask in the sun. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Prince Shou glared at him and said, Are you very free? If you have nothing to do, go wash all the toilets. Don't bother me here. Minister Feng was stunned and said, Your Highness, Prince Shou said angrily, Go. In the Zongjing Temple's outhouse, Minister Feng was washing the toilets gloomily. In the courtyard, Prince Shou was lying on a rocking chair with his hands behind his head. He sighed and said, What a pity. Why are young people so impulsive? In the Zongjing Temple's prison, Zhang Chun stood outside the cell and shook his head. I didn't expect Constable Li to be Lord Li Yi's daughter. Back then, I also admired him very much. Li Mu looked at Zhang Chun and said, I'll leave the boss to you. Zhang Chun said, Don't worry. As long as she's in the Zongjing Temple, no one will dare to touch her. He looked at Li Mu and asked, What do you plan to do? Whether it's to redress Lord Li Yi's grievances or to exonerate Li Qing's crimes, it's not that simple. At present, Li Qing's matter was naturally Li Mu's greatest concern and also the most urgent matter. But if he wanted to save Li Qing, he had to redress her father's case first. If Li Qing's identity was still that of a treacherous official who had colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, then what Li Qing did was a complete blow and revenge. She had killed many officials of the imperial court and should be sentenced to death according to the law. If Li Mu insisted on saving her, he would be going against the law and above the law. In this way, what difference would there be between him and those people he despised? However, if Li Yi's identity was that of a loyal official who was set up by a villain and had his entire family exterminated, then his daughter avenged his family's death. Even if it was against the law, it would still be righteous. Under the premise that the imperial court had lost its righteousness, there was still mercy outside the law. After all, the 4 managers of the Ministry of Personnel were the ones who had directly framed Li Yi. They had framed a 4th-rank official of the imperial court and caused his family to be killed unjustly. These 4 people were already sentenced to death. Under such circumstances, Li Mu had a slight chance of saving Li Qing. And the premise of all this was that he had to redress Li Yi's case first. Li Mu walked into the cell in front of him. The shackles on Li Qing's body had already been removed and her mana had also been unsealed. Li Mu walked to her side and sat down. He said, Give me your hand. Li Qing slowly handed her hand to Li Mu. His hand emitted a gentle golden light which slowly entered Li Qing's body. Li Mu said, I can't get you out right away. I may have to trouble you for a while. Stay here for now. Li Qing looked around and said, This should be the best room I've ever stayed in. Li Mu looked at her and said, Don't worry, I will investigate the matter of that year as soon as possible and clear Lord Li's name. Li Qing shook her head slightly and said, Now I understand that my father doesn't want revenge. He and Uncle Zhou have more important things to do. I hope you can help my father finish what he couldn't before he died. Don't ruin your future for me. Li Mu smiled and said, Only children make choices. I choose both. He looked into Li Qing's eyes and said, Someone has already done the first thing. If I can't save you, then the second thing is meaningless to me. Let Zhou Zhong finish his and Uncle Zhou's dreams. At worst, I'll take you back to Fulu School. We don't want to stay in Fairy's capital anymore. As Li Mu finished speaking, he heard Mr. May's voice. He turned around and saw the Empress and Mr. May standing at the door. The Empress looked at him indifferently and turned to leave. Seeing Mr. May winking at him, Li Mu looked at Li Qing and said, I'll go out for a while. After comforting Li Qing, Li Mu hurried out of Zongjing Temple, but he couldn't see the Empress anymore. He jogged to the entrance of Chengel Palace. Mr. May looked inside the palace and gave him a look. Li Mu walked slowly into the palace and looked at the Empress who had her back to him. He whispered, Your Majesty. Zhou Qiong said indifferently, Why did you come looking for me? Go back to your talisman school. Being a second-generation disciple of the Talisman School is much better than being a subordinate of mine. After comforting one, he had to comfort the other. Li Mu wanted to slap his own mouth a few times. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I haven't repaid your Majesty's kindness. How could I leave Shenvu?" Zhou Yi said indifferently, "My kindness is nothing compared to a random woman in your heart, right?" Li Mu said slowly, "She's not a random woman. If it weren't for her, I would have died many times over. I wouldn't be standing in front of your Majesty now." He looked up at the Empress and said, "I want to ask your Majesty for a favor." Zhou Yi's back was facing Li Mu. She looked angry. She was still angry, but he was begging her again? She took a deep breath and asked, "If I don't agree, are you going to take her back to Fulu School?" The Empress was still angry. Li Mu lowered his head and said, "I know I'm wrong." Zhou Yi turned around and looked at him. Her lips moved, but she couldn't bear to blame him anymore. She asked, "What's your relationship with her?" Li Mu said, "When we were in Xianxia County, she was my superior. She saved my life and led me onto the path of cultivation. Her father is Lord Li Yi. I've always looked up to Lord Li Yi as my role model. I can't turn a blind eye to his family's wrongful death. I have to help him." Zhou Yi asked, "How do you want me to help you? Give you a death exemption medallion?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "If your Majesty gives me a death exemption medallion, how is that different from the previous emperor? I can't frame your Majesty. I just hope that your Majesty can allow me to reinvestigate the case and prove Lord Li's innocence." Zhou Yi said, "Even if I let you reinvestigate, you might not be able to save her. You really don't want me to pardon her?" Li Mu said firmly, "I only want to reinvestigate the case." Zhou Yi was silent for a moment. She said, "I promise you, before you find out the truth, no one can touch her for any reason." Li Mu sighed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Mu left Changle Palace. Mr. Mei came in and said, "Actually, in his heart he's always been thinking about Your Majesty." Zhou Yi snorted and said, "Heartless. I'm afraid he only wants to go back to Fulu School. He said he would go through fire and water for me, but it's all fake." Mr. Mei knew that the Empress didn't mean what she said, so he deliberately said, "If he didn't think about Your Majesty, he would have asked Your Majesty to pardon the girl directly. Why would he just ask Your Majesty to allow him to reinvestigate the case? In the past, he wasn't afraid of anything and dared to offend anyone. Now, he cares about the court and thinks about Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please don't blame him." After leaving Changle Palace, Li Mu returned to Zongjing Temple. He told Li Qing that the Empress had agreed to let him reinvestigate the case of the past. After feeling his determination several times, Li Qing didn't insist. She just said, "You have to be careful." Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already offended them anyway. It doesn't matter if I offend them a few more times. You rest well. I'll come see you tomorrow." He walked out of the cell, but his heart was still heavy. To save Li Qing was actually more difficult than to reverse the verdict for his father. At one point, he really wanted to ask the Empress for a death-free gold medallion. He also knew that as long as he asked, the Empress would give it to him. But he gave up in the end. He didn't want to put the Empress in a difficult position, and he didn't want to become the person he used to hate the most. There was also a very important point. Back then, Li Yi strongly opposed the death-free gold medallion. This was also one of the reasons why he was framed. If Li Mu begged the Empress to use the death-free gold medallion to pardon Li Qing, then the thing that Li Yi swore to fight against back then would become a joke. Similarly, what Li Mu did in the divine capital during this period of time would also become a joke. Big. Small. Again. In the courtyard of Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou was playing dice with Zhang Chun. He glanced at Li Mu and asked, "Little Li, do you want to play together?" Li Qing was still in Zongjing Temple. Li Mu couldn't not give face to Prince Shou. He walked to the side of the two and asked, "What do you want to play?" Prince Shou said, "Guess big or small. It's very simple. Do you have money? 1 round is 1 tael. No credit." Li Mu took out a stack of banknotes and placed it at the side. Prince Shou's eyes lit up when he saw the banknotes. He said, "Come, let's bet." Prince Shou's dice and dice pot seemed to be able to block magic power. Li Mu could only guess blindly. However, his luck wasn't bad. Prince Shou lost 10 rounds in a row. He had lost all the money he had. His eyes were red from losing. He picked up the dice pot and said, "Let's bet again." Zhang Chun kept his winnings. He glanced at Prince Shou and said, "Your Highness, you have lost all your money. What are you going to bet with?" Prince Shou flew into a rage. "How dare you look down on me?" Smith. He slammed a gold medal on the table and said, "I still have this." The gold medal was the size of a palm. The word, "exempt," was written on it. Li Mu looked at Prince Shou thoughtfully and said, "Your Highness, this gold medal is very precious. You should keep it well." "It won't be good if you lose," Prince Shou said angrily. "Even you think I will lose. Let me tell you, when I was invincible in the Immortal's capital, you were still in your mother's womb. Come. I still want to recoup my losses." Li Mu shook his head and said, "This gold medal is stained with too much blood. If your Highness dares to lose, we don't dare to take it." Hearing Li Mu's words, Prince Shou kept the gold medal and said, Hee, I almost forgot. If you guys take the gold medal to save that girl, wouldn't I become a traitor?" Prince Shou clicked his tongue and said, "What a pity. The only thing that can save that girl is this gold medal. She killed so many officials. No one can save her. Unless you have the ability to reverse the verdict for her father and let His Majesty announce this case to the world. Then, let the people of the 36 counties write a blood letter to plead for her so that the imperial court won't dare to kill her." He looked at Li Mu mockingly and asked, "Do you have the ability?" Chapter 359. Li Mu and Zhang Chun walked out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and left the Imperial Palace together. Zhang Chun was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Li Mu, did you grow up in Xianxia County?" Li Mu was thinking about something else, so he asked casually, "Why are you asking this?" Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "I'm just asking. By the way, why do you think King Shou is so good to you?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Who knows?" Li Mu couldn't think of a reason why King Shou would always give them pointers at critical moments. Maybe he was just doing it for justice. After all, human nature was complicated, and you can't label a person as good or evil just because of their background or faction. Regardless of the reason, King Shou's words did make Li Mu suddenly see the light. What does the continuation of the Great Zhou rely on? It's not the imperial court, not the imperial family, but the people. It's the psyche power of the people. What the imperial court is most afraid of is losing the people's hearts. They may not care about a city, but they won't care about a county, 10 counties, or even 36 counties. The law of the Great Zhou is to protect the weak and the people, but this is only on the surface. The existence of the law is to maintain the rule of the imperial court. Because only when the people live and work in peace can the psyche power be continuously produced, the emperor's qi can be nurtured, and the upper realm powerhouses of the imperial family can be endlessly produced, ensuring the stability of the country. No matter how fierce the imperial court is, the prosperity of the Great Zhou will always be the goal of everyone. King Shou's words can be said to have awakened the people in the dream. Li Mu walked out of the imperial palace. Unexpectedly, there were already many people outside the imperial palace. Seeing Li Mu walk out, they immediately surrounded him. "Lord Li, how is it? His Majesty didn't punish you, right?" Lord Li was too impulsive. "You shouldn't have fought with that person. Isn't this dirtying your hands?" Feeling the concern of the people, Li Mu smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. His Majesty is a righteous person. How could he punish me?" A man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good, that's good. Lord Li is worthy of being His Majesty's favorite minister. If I knew this would happen, I would have hit him harder. Break his legs. This kind of treacherous person, it's not too much. Lord Li's family, he will die a horrible death." Among the crowd, the Lord Li Mu, Lord Li, is Lord Li E, Lord Li was Li is? The crowd also looked at Li Mu. With a profound look in his eyes, Li Mu said, "Official Li E is the role model of our generation. I know. Lord is brave. Lord Li died. S. Li Li's house. Even now, we still can't take it lying down. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation as they spoke one after another. At this moment, the man bit his lip and suddenly looked at Li Mu. He said, "My lord, can you save Lord Li's daughter? She's Lord Li's only child left in this world. Stop talking." The middle-aged man glared at him and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to kill, sir?" Sighs could be heard from the crowd. Yes, Lord Li was the enemy of all the nobles back then. Now, those people are in high positions. Lord Li, it's best not to provoke them. Forget it. Lord Li, you can go ahead. You can't follow in Lord Li's footsteps. The man's eyes were filled with tears. He choked and said, "If it wasn't for Lord Li, my family would have died in Fairy's capital. I can't watch Lord Li die." His voice was mournful. The people around Li Mu lowered their heads. Their eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Lord Li had served the people wholeheartedly, but his family was ruined and his descendants were about to die. On the other hand, those who had framed him had become heroes, enjoying endless glory and wealth, riding on the heads of the common people and abusing them. They could do nothing about it except feel indignant. A man of 7 feet could not help but sob in front of everyone on the streets of Fairy's capital. No one laughed. Everyone's mood was very heavy. The man lowered his head. As he sobbed and trembled, a pair of hands landed gently on his shoulders. Li Mu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Lord Li won't die. He won't be wronged forever." The man raised his head and said in shock, "Lord Li? Lord Li? Lord Li?" The people looked at Li Mu. They seemed to have realized something. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Li residence. When Li Mu walked through the door, Hyun Jinko and Yuzhen Zi in the courtyard sensed something strange. Hyun Jinko turned to look. The moment Li Mu stepped into the courtyard, he felt as if the world was pressing down on him. This was a force. It was a force that should not exist on a fourth realm cultivator. Yuzhen Zi said in disbelief. His psychokinesis has already formed a force. No wonder his cultivation progress is so fast. Very few people can complete psychokinesis cultivation. Li Mu retracted his newly acquired psychokinesis back into his body. Lu Hanyan walked over quickly and asked, "How is it?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "She's safe for now. But to save her, we have to think about it carefully." Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and asked, "Can't we ask Her Majesty to pardon her?" Li Mu said, "It's not that easy. But it's okay. Her Majesty has already agreed to let me reinvestigate Lord Li Yi's case. After Lord Li's case is overturned, things will be much simpler. Actually, he only begged the Empress today to show her his attitude. This case involved too many people. Whether Li Mu proposed it or the Empress ordered it, they would definitely encounter great resistance. Back then, Li Yi offended the rich and powerful. Among them were the Shao royal family and the Zhou clan. They indirectly contributed to the massacre of the Li clan. Of course, they would not let Li Mu reinvestigate the old case so easily. Therefore, Li Mu needed help. Help that even the great Zhou court could not ignore. He walked into the courtyard and said, "Senior brother Hyun Jinko, there's something I need your help with." Hyun Jinko said, "Junior brother, there's no harm in asking. You're welcome." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I might need you to return to Mount Bayun and meet Senior Brother Sect Master personally, Ministry of Justice." In the Assistant Minister's office, the Right Assistant Minister of Personnel looked at Zhou Zhong and asked with a frown, "That Li clan survivor was taken away by the Imperial Clan Temple. Why didn't you stop them?" Zhou Zhong asked, "The official documents of the Secretariat have Her Majesty's Imperial seal on them. Who would dare to stop them?" Gao Hong stroked the short beard on his chin and asked in confusion, "But why did the Secretariat want to transfer her to the Imperial Clan Temple?" Zhou Zhong said, "That official document was written by Li Mu. In my opinion, he probably wants to overturn the case for Li Yi." Gao Hong looked at him and said, "If I remember correctly, Li Yi was once Lord Zhou's close friend. Does Lord Zhou not want to see him be convicted?" Zhou Zhong looked at him calmly and asked, "Are you a pig?" Gao Hong slammed the table and said angrily, "What did you say?" Chen Jian, the left Assistant Minister of Personnel, whose injuries were almost healed after taking a pill, walked over and said, "Lord Gao, your question is a little stupid. Back then, Lord Zhou was also involved in the impeachment of Li Yi. If Li Yi's case is overturned, you, me, and even Lord Zhou will be sentenced to death. Do you think he would seek his own death? The Right Assistant Minister of Personnel sat down again and said, "My apologies, Lord Zhou. I was rash." Chen Jian said angrily, 14 years ago, Li. 14 years later, Li Mu. Does this Li guy have a grudge against us? As long as we don't get rid of him, we won't have a day of peace. Zhou Zhong said, if you want to get rid of him, why don't you think about it? If he really wants to overturn the case for Li Yi, won't you and I be in danger? Chen Jian laughed coldly and said, then he still needs to find evidence. It's easy to prove that he colluded with the enemy and committed treason. 14 years have passed. How can he prove that Li Yi didn't collude with the enemy and commit treason? Even if he proves it, then what? Zhou Chuan is also involved in this matter. Do you want His Majesty to execute his uncle? Even if His Majesty dotes on Li Mu and doesn't recognize his own family, how can the courtiers agree to it? If this case isn't investigated, the imperial court will still be the imperial court. If this case is investigated, the imperial court might not be the imperial court anymore. When that time comes, the imperial court will be in chaos. The 10 Devil Path sects, the country of 10,000 demons, and the ghost region of Yudu will all become restless. His Majesty might not be able to see these things clearly, but do you think those old fogies in the imperial court won't be able to see it clearly? Zhou Zhong nodded and said, after hearing Lord Chen's words, I feel much more at ease. Chen Jian said proudly, Lord Zhou might be better at solving cases than I am, but you still have to learn from me when it comes to matters of the imperial court. Changle Palace. There was no morning assembly today. Zhou Yi read a few memorials and felt a little annoyed. He asked, where's Li Mu? Did he go to the minister province today? Mr. Mei said, I saw him go directly to the imperial kitchen just now. Zhou Yi thought about it and said, go to the minister province later and see if there are any new tributes. Send some to him. Mr. Mei smiled and said, yes. She was about to leave when Shangguan Li walked in from outside. Zhou Yi said, Li, go to the imperial kitchen and see what Li Mu cooked today. Shangguan Li said, when I passed by the imperial kitchen just now, I saw Li Mu come out from there. Zhou Yi asked, you didn't come with him? Shangguan Li shook his head and said, he went in the direction of the imperial clan temple. Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he looked at the door of the hall and said, Mei Wei, come back. Chapter 360. The Empress had told Li Mu not to bring food from home, but to cook in the imperial kitchen, which reminded Li Mu of something. The taste of takeout couldn't be compared to the food in the kitchen. The food box could only keep the food warm, but it couldn't preserve the taste. The best time to appreciate most of the food was when it was just out of the pot. Fortunately, the ancestral temple was in the palace. It was only a few steps away, so the taste of the food wouldn't change too much. Compared to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, the imperial prison of the ancestral temple was of a much higher standard. The prisoners here were either rich or noble. They were either relatives of the emperor or high-ranking officials. Especially in the past, the ancestral temple was a shelter for the descendants of the imperial family after they committed crimes. The facilities and treatment inside were far from what the other government offices could compare to. Especially after Zhang Chun's special arrangement, if the prison of the Ministry of Justice was a standard single room for 7 days, then the one Li Qing of the ancestral temple was now living in the Hilton Hotel's presidential suite. The food in the ancestral temple should be good, but Li Mu was still worried that she wouldn't be used to it. Inside the ancestral temple, the morning sun was just right. Zhang Chun and Prince Shou sat in the courtyard of the ancestral temple, basking in the sun while drinking tea. Zhang Chun personally brewed a cup for Prince Shou and asked with a smile, Your Highness, this is a good tea that I've collected. Try it. Prince Shou took a small sip and said, Not bad. I didn't expect you to be a tea lover. Do you have any more of this tea? Give me 8 to 10 caddies. I'll take it back and drink it slowly, Zhang Chun said regretfully. Unfortunately, this is the last pinch. Prince Shou looked at him with disdain. He suddenly sniffed and said, What's this smell? It's so fragrant. Zhang Chun's nose also sniffed. After recalling the aftertaste, he murmured, "This smell, why is it so similar to the smell of the noodle stall on the street outside the county office when I was in Xianxia County?" He couldn't help but gulp and said, "That old woman's noodles are really amazing. I really want to try it again." Li Mu carried the food box and walked into the ancestral temple. He greeted Zhang Chun and said, "I'm going to deliver the food to the boss." Zhang Chun had already warned the officers of the imperial prison of the Zongjing temple. When they saw Li Mu coming in from afar, the guard in charge of the imperial prison opened the door. Before Li Mu entered the prison, Zhang Chun walked over and asked, "You cooked noodles?" Li Mu nodded and said, "The boss used to like eating noodles from that restaurant the most." Zhang Chun rubbed his hands and said, "This official also likes this. Do you have any more? Give this official a bowl." Mr. Zhang had helped him a lot this time, and Li Mu was too embarrassed to refuse. He said, "If you want to eat, come to the imperial kitchen later." "All right." Zhang Chun nodded before asking in astonishment, "Did you cook these noodles in the imperial kitchen?" "What else?" Cough, cough. Zhang Chun covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Suddenly he said, "This official suddenly doesn't want to eat so much. I'll go home and eat what my wife cooks. Quickly go and deliver it to Constable Li. It won't taste good if you're late." Watching Li Mu walk into the prison, Zhang Chun sighed and said, Li Mu, you have to be careful." Li Mu walked into the prison and faintly heard Zhang Chun talking about snacks. Mr. Zhang reminded him again to take 2 boxes of snacks from the imperial kitchen tomorrow. The imperial chef in the palace specialized in making pastries, and his skills could be said to be superb. When he went back in the afternoon, he would also bring a box for Lu Hanyan. In the past, Li Mu couldn't take things from the imperial kitchen, but it was different now. The empress gave him permission to enter the imperial kitchen and use all the ingredients. Although this was suspected of abusing power for personal gain, Li Mu did it deliberately. What the empress needed was not an imperial chef. If he followed the rules and did what an imperial chef should do, wouldn't he really become an imperial chef? Li Mu learned from palace dramas that the most favored concubine of the emperor was definitely not the kind of concubine who was obedient and had no personality at all. Within the limits, occasionally doing something out of line, sometimes maintaining a sense of novelty and mystery, would be able to obtain the emperor's favor for a long time. Of course, he wasn't the empress's concubine, but he could infer many things from one example. It was the same as being a friend or an official. He asked the jailer to open the prison door and walked in. He opened the food box and said, "I don't know if the food of the Zongjing temple is to your liking. I've cooked a bowl of noodles for you." Li Qing picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. She said in surprise, "The taste of this noodles." Li Mu smiled and said, "I learned it from the old woman who sold noodles. The taste is about the same as the one she made, right?" Li Qing said softly, "Later on, I went back to Xianxia County once and learned that the old woman had passed away. Her son and daughter-in-law continued to run the noodle stall, but the noodles they cooked were different from before. I thought that I would never be able to taste the same taste as before in this life." Li Mu smiled and said, "Whenever you want to eat it, just tell me. I'll make it for you." After watching Li Qing finish the noodles, Li Mu sat for a while longer. He packed up the food box and walked to the imperial kitchen. In the imperial kitchen, there was still the soup he made for the empress. Using the empress's kitchen to cook noodles for someone else and leaving her aside, even if Li Mu was really stupid, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. It was just that the empress's soup took a little longer to cook. Li Mu went to the imperial clan temple and waited for a little while before the soup was ready. It was said that he relied on women to make a living. After Li Mu's unremitting efforts, now the empress and Li Qing both relied on him to make a living. Li Mu carried the soup and came to the entrance of Chang'an Palace. Shangguan Li stood at the entrance of the palace and glanced at him. "Her Majesty is not here. You can go back." Li Mu said regretfully, "What a pity. I boiled this soup for Her Majesty for more than 4 hours. It won't taste good after a while. I'll bring it back to the secretariat and drink it myself." Just as he turned around, Shangguan Li's ears twitched and said, "Her Majesty has returned." Li Mu handed the soup in his hand to him and said, "I have to go back to the secretariat." I'll have to trouble Commander Shangguan to bring it in for Her Majesty. Shangguan Li carried the soup into Changel Palace and placed it on the table in front of Zhou Yi. After opening the lid of the soup, a fresh and rich aroma floated out. Mr. May's throat moved and he smiled. I knew it. How could he forget Her Majesty? This soup has been simmering for so long. He must have put in a lot of effort. I just went to the Imperial kitchen and asked. He only sent a bowl of noodles to the Imperial clan temple. Zhou Yi drank a mouthful of soup and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had misunderstood Li Mu just now. She thought that he was using her Imperial kitchen to curry favor with others. She was angry for a while, but at this moment, the anger in her heart immediately disappeared. She said, Mei Wei, send 2 boxes of Southern Tribute oranges to him. Mr. May said, didn't Her Majesty say that the oranges were very sour and she didn't want to send them? Zhou Yi said, now that I think about it, the oranges don't seem so sour anymore. Mr. May nodded and said, I'll go now. Zhou Yi suddenly said, wait, the Secretariat. Li Mu sat in the duty room for a while. After dealing with the official business for the day, he sat quietly for a while and began to write an official document. This official document ordered the Ministry of Justice to reinvestigate the case of Li Yi from 14 years ago. Li Mu had asked the Empress about this matter, but he couldn't let the Empress give the order directly. As the ruler of a country, she should have the concept of the overall situation. If she overturned half of the court just because of Li Mu's words, then what would the court officials think? They would think that this was a treacherous courtier trying to overthrow the government. When an emperor ignored the overall situation of the court and the people of the Great Zhou because of a certain courtier or concubine, the courtiers would unite to oppose her because this was a sign of the collapse of the country. The courtiers would not allow it, and the 4 academies would not sit idly by. In fact, compared to this matter, whether or not Li Yi was wronged or not was not that important anymore. Therefore, Li Mu had to show that although the Empress doted on him, there was a limit. Once he exceeded that limit, he was afraid that he would be removed in the name of cleaning up the Emperor's side. Before he finished writing the official document in his hand, Mr. May came. She placed 2 boxes of oranges on the table in front of Li Mu and said, these are the tribute oranges from South Commandery. Her Majesty asked me to give you 2 boxes to try. Li Mu said, thank Her Majesty for me. Mr. May said, Her Majesty doesn't want your thanks. Li Mu was stunned and asked, what else does Her Majesty want? He had already given the Empress everything he could. She could not reward Li Mu with 2 boxes of oranges and ask for too much from him. Mr. May glanced at him and said, in the future, no matter if you make soup or noodles in the Imperial kitchen, send it to Changel Palace first. Li Mu was stunned and asked, this is Her Majesty's idea? Mr. May knocked him on the head and said, Her Majesty is so broad-minded. Would she be angry because you sent her soup later? Only she believed this sentence. No one knew how stingy the Empress was better than Li Mu. Li Mu nodded helplessly and said, I know. No matter what I do in the future, I will think of Her Majesty first. Is that okay? After that, he was knocked on the head again. Mr. May glanced at him and asked, what's with your tone? It sounds like Her Majesty is forcing you to send the soup first. Li Mu promised her that he was willing to give priority to the Empress. Only then did Mr. May leave with satisfaction. Li Mu looked at her back and felt that she was getting more and more strange these days. If this continued, it would be really difficult for her to get married. But Li Mu had more important things to do and did not have time to give her psychological counseling. He finished writing the official document, took 2 tribute oranges, and went to the assistant minister's office. Lu Yi was reading the booklet. Li Mu walked over and put the 2 oranges on his table. He said, Mr. Lu, take a rest and eat an orange. Lu Yi looked at the 2 oranges and said in surprise, it's not the season for oranges yet. There are a few mother trees in Nanjun that will bear fruit a month or 2 earlier, but the spiritual oranges on the mother trees are used as tributes. Li Mu smiled and said, this is the tribute oranges given by Her Majesty. Lu Yi looked at Li Mu with envy and said, Mr. Li, you are really enviable. There are not many spiritual oranges, and there is not enough for the palace every year. It is difficult for the officials outside to get one. In the time of the former emperor, only the empress and the imperial noble concubines could get a box. He only picked up one orange and said, "I only need one of these treasures. I didn't expect to taste spiritual oranges from my hometown in Luoyang." Li Mu said, "So Mr. Lu's hometown is Nanjun. It's okay. Mr. Lu, you can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I have more." Her Majesty gave me 2 boxes. Lu Yi was not only envious but also shocked. Back then, the Empress Dowager and Imperial Concubine Dowager were so favored by the previous emperor, but they only received 2 chests in total. His Majesty actually rewarded Li Mu with 2 chests. It was true that she only favored one person in all the court officials. He peeled an orange and ate a few pieces. He praised, "It is indeed a carefully cultivated tribute. If a mortal can eat one, they will not be invaded by diseases for 3 years." The two chatted for a while. Li Mu took out the document and said, "By the way, there is another document here that needs your signature. It's a small matter." Lu Yi picked up the document. She picked up the pen and was about to sign her name. Then his body trembled. The pen in his hand did not fall. He looked at the document and fell into a long silence. After a while, he looked up at Li Mu and said with some bitterness, "Mr. Li, I only ate half of your orange." Chapter 361. Li Mu looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile, "Lord Lu, this is a spirit orange carefully cultivated by the South Commandery. If a mortal can eat one, they will not be invaded by diseases for 3 years." Lu Yi was speechless for a moment. Finally, he sighed and asked, "Have you thought about it, Lord Li?" Li Mu said, "I once made a great vow to establish my heart for the world and my life for the people. How can I watch the heroes of the Great Zhou be framed by villains and leave behind a torrent of infamy in history?" Lu Yi picked up the pen helplessly and said, "Give me 2 more oranges." Li Mu stretched out his hand and 2 more spirit oranges appeared in his hand. Lu Yi signed his name on the document and shook his head. "I hope Lord Li has good luck." Li Mu clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Lord Lu." Lu Yi waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. This document has to be handed over." "It's useless for me to sign it," Li Mu said again. "Lord Lu, please give this to the head of the secretariat." When he left the assistant minister's office, he took away the orange peel on the table and threw it away for Lu. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Lord Li, please wait. I'll soak the orange peel in water." Ordinary people could not even get the orange peel of the spirit orange that was specially offered by the royal family. Li Mu decided to finish the orange and collect the orange peel. In the future, when he asked Lu Yi for help, he would give him a few taels each time. After all, it was not good to ask for help empty-handed. Li Mu alone could not make the decision to reinvestigate the old case from 14 years ago. After his proposal, it needed to go through the assistant minister and head of the secretariat first. Then, it would be handed over to the minister for review. Finally, it would be handed over to the minister for implementation. Li Mu could only deal with Lu Yi. The Lu family was one of the oldest surnames in the Great Zhou. It was one of the 9 surnames. Although it was not as powerful as the Shao family and the Zhou family in the imperial court, it could not be underestimated. At the very least, Lu Yi did not have to be afraid of the old and new parties. When Lu Yi saw Li Mu walk out of the assistant minister's office, she put away the orange peel, picked up the document, and went to another office. He placed the booklet on the table and said, "Sir, this booklet is from Li Sharon." The head of the secretariat stroked the long beard on his chin and opened the booklet. After looking at it, he pondered for a moment and signed his name on it. He handed it back to Lu Yi and said, "Pass it to the door." Moments later, in Minxia province. It was a letter from the secretariat. After it was delivered to the Minxia province, it was passed down through the ranks until it finally reached the hands of 2 attendants. The attendant was a provincial official. The 2 of them looked at the booklet in front of them and fell silent. Censorate Li Mu of the Secretariat submitted a memorial, requesting that the case of left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Appointments, who had colluded with the enemy and committed treason 14 years ago, be reopened. The resolution of the Secretariat was passed and submitted to the Ministry of Interior for discussion. If a fourth-ranked official of the imperial court was framed for the extermination of his family or was framed for treason, it was only natural that he would be thoroughly investigated. However, the implications of this case were too broad. Both the old and new parties were implicated. It was fine if the case could not be reopened. Once the case was reopened, 2 out of the 6 ministers of the imperial court would be sentenced to death. One of them was the important minister of the Ministry of Appointments. Other than the ministers of the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Works, the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Appointments would be sentenced to death. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice would be sentenced to death. Even if the other high-ranking officials in the imperial court were not sentenced to death, they would not be able to escape severe punishment. In this way, the imperial court would be in chaos. Perhaps it would give an opportunity to those with ulterior motives. Compared to this matter, whether or not Li Yi was wronged was not so important. One of the attendants shook his head and said, "The big picture is more important." The other attendant nodded and said, "Agree." Li Mu ate 2 oranges. Before he went to the yamen, the booklet he had handed out was returned to his hands. His request to reinvestigate Li Yi's case was rejected by the Ministry of Family Affairs. In the 3 provinces, the Secretariat of the Secretariat wrote the edict in the tone of the emperor and had to be submitted to the Ministry of Interior for review. If the Ministry of Interior passed, they would sign their review opinion on the edict and send it back to the Secretariat. The Secretariat would pass it to the emperor. After the emperor gave his final approval, it would be sent back to the Ministry of Interior. If the Ministry of Interior did not pass, they would also send the memorial back to the Secretariat. Sometimes, they would let the Secretariat revise it before sending it back. Sometimes, they would just write the word reject and directly reject it, not giving anyone a chance. The booklet on Li Mu's desk had the word reject written at the end. This meant that the Ministry of Interior did not agree to reopen the case. This kind of thing was very normal. Not to mention the Secretariat, they even dared to reject the emperor's opinion. They could be said to be the most ruthless department in the imperial court. Of course, if the empress was stubborn, she could bypass the Ministry of Interior and directly give the order. But in that way, the order in the imperial court would be in chaos. This was not what Li Mu wanted. In any case, he did not expect the Ministry of Interior to agree. This booklet was just a prelude. His purpose was to send a signal to those people. He had accepted Li Yi's case. After that, Li Mu did not mention this matter again. He left the Secretariat and went straight home. There were no secrets between the various departments in the imperial court. Li Mu wanted to reopen the old case of Li Yi from 14 years ago. The fact that his memorial was rejected by the Ministry of Interior spread to the various departments after it was sent to the Yamen. Ministry of Personnel. Right Assistant Minister Gao Hong had just received the news from the Ministry of Interior. He said with a dark face that Li Mu really wants to reopen the case for Li Yi. Left Assistant Minister Chen Jian sneered and said, "He wants to reopen the case? He can't even get past the Ministry of Interior. Which one of those old fellows there isn't a shrewd old man? The stability of the imperial court is what they care about. They don't care if Li Yi died unjustly." Gao Hong said worriedly that Li Mu has the shadow of Li Yi from back then. He also has the emperor's protection. Sooner or later, he will become a big problem for us, Chen Jian said coldly. Let him jump around. When he jumps around to the point where both sides can't stand it anymore, he will be the next Li Yi. Just wait and see. As long as he dares to insist on reopening the case of Li Yi, even if we don't kill him, the court officials will kill him. Regarding this matter, there were many opinions from the other ministries. This person is still so reckless. How many people are involved in Li Yi's case? This Li Mu is basically the second Li Yi. Even Li Yi back then wasn't as bold as him. It's just that this time he's too whimsical. I just don't know if the emperor will still go along with him. Could he have fed the emperor some kind of bewitching potion? Why is the emperor so good to him? Apart from being a little talented and a little handsome, there's nothing special about him. The emperor can't be so shallow as to be fooled by his looks, right? If this old case is thoroughly investigated, it will have a huge impact on the situation in the imperial court. Both the old and new parties will be greatly affected because of this, which is not conducive to the stability of the overall situation. If the emperor ignores the overall situation and the Great Zhou for the sake of Li Mu, this is a favored official messing up the government. If he is not eliminated, the Great Zhou will not be peaceful. Once the news of Li Mu's suggestion to reopen the case of Li Yi spread, it caused widespread discussion in the imperial court. In the hearts of some of the officials, the truth of Li Yi's case was no longer important. What was important was whether the emperor's love and care for Li Mu had reached the limit of what an official should bear. Many times, there was no clear boundary between a treacherous official and a loyal official. Although what he did was righteous, if the imperial court collapsed because of him and the Great Zhou fell into a crisis, then he would be a treacherous official who brought disaster to the country and the people. This kind of treacherous official should be eliminated by all the officials. There were even many officials who had a grudge against Li Mu. They were secretly plotting whether they should take advantage of this opportunity to join forces with their respective parties to clean up the emperor and punish the traitorous officials. However, during the morning court, Li Mu remained silent and did not mention a single word about the old case. This was not unexpected by some officials. Perhaps he also realized that if he wanted to investigate the old case, it would involve too many people. Not only would he not be able to find any results, but he would also be implicated. Thus, he was afraid of retreating. This made some people feel disappointed. Compared to Li Mu retreating in the face of difficulties, they hoped that he would walk this path to the end. This would give them a chance to get rid of him. Just like this, the matter that had caused widespread discussion in the various departments yesterday was not mentioned in the morning court today. Just as the officials thought that this matter was going to be forgotten, Mr. May walked in from outside the hall. He walked behind the curtain and seemed to say something to the Empress. Soon, the Empress's voice came from behind the curtain. "Enter." A figure slowly floated into the crepe myrtle hall. He bowed to the Empress behind the curtain and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." This was a middle-aged man wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. His hair was tied up in a tall crown, and he looked like an immortal. On the left chest of his Taoist robe was embroidered the symbol of a white cloud. White Cloud Mountain? Moon-white Taoist robe, a second-generation disciple of the Fulu school. Could he be the head of one of the peaks? What is the head of the Fulu school doing in the divine capital? The officials looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Although the Fulu school and the imperial court cooperated, it was limited to low-level disciples. This was the first time they saw such an important figure of the Fulu school in the divine capital, in this golden hall. The Empress asked calmly, "Taoist Xianxia, why have you come to the divine capital?" Xianxia said, "I am here on the orders of the headmaster for one person." The Empress asked, "Who?" Xianxia said, "Her name is Li Qing. She is the direct disciple of the headmaster." Most of the officials in the imperial court did not know who Li Qing was. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel's expression changed slightly. He walked forward and said, "Li Qing has killed many imperial court officials and is a serious criminal. Does the Fulu school want to protect her?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. The Fulu school supports the Great Zhou court. If a Fulu school disciple violates the law, the court can punish them according to the law. However, the headmaster knows that Marshal Nisli's family was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago. He hopes that the court can follow the law and give her an explanation, and also give the Fulu school an explanation." The moment he said this, the imperial court fell silent. The assistant minister of personnel was probably talking about Li Yi's daughter. If the Fulu school wanted the court to give them an explanation, wasn't it asking the court to reinvestigate the case? If this matter was found out by Li Mu, the provincial court would reject the case and it would be over. However, the Fulu school was a colossus that was not inferior to the Great Zhou court. Mount Baiyun was located in the extreme north of the Great Zhou. The ancestral court of Fulu school was the Great Zhou's first line of defense against the Yao kingdom and the Ghost realm in the north. Their orthodoxy was spread throughout the Great Zhou. The court could only be kind and not evil. However, for the sake of the Fulu school, reinvestigating the case of the past would cause unrest in the court. Of course, this was not allowed. The court had to lower their stance and calmly reason with the Fulu school. Even if they refused, they had to show the court's sincerity. This way, even they could not force the court. One of the attendants stood up and cleared his throat. Just as he was about to speak, an angry roar suddenly came from the front of the court. Prince Shou's face was full of anger. He pointed at Hyunjinko's nose and scolded, "The Great Zhou is the Great Zhou of the court. Why does the court need to explain its actions to others? Who does your Fulu school think you are? How dare you teach the court how to do things?" Chapter 362. The moment King Shou spoke, some of the officials in the imperial court knew that something was amiss. Most of the people involved in Li Yi's case were from the old party. Even if King Shou didn't want to reopen the case, he couldn't speak to a peak master of Fulu school like this. Among the 6 sects of Dao, only Fulu school and Xuanzong were located in Great Zhou. Xuanzong was located in the east, and there weren't any powerful enemies in the east of Great Zhou. However, things were different in the north. The country of demons and the Hades domain were both located in the northwest. The ancestral court of Fulu school was located in the north, intimidating the demon country and the ghost domain. It was a solid barrier at the border of Great Zhou. Without Mount Baiyin, the demon country and the ghost domain could easily invade Great Zhou. No matter what, the imperial court couldn't become enemies with Fulu school. At the back of the hall, Zhang Chun had already opened his mouth. However, when he heard King Shou speak, he swallowed the words that were already in his throat. Hyunjinko didn't look at King Shou. Instead, he swept his gaze across the officials and asked, "Is this the attitude of the Great Zhou court?" King Shou had a look of disdain on his face. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was pulled back by 2 officials beside him. "Your Highness, be careful with your words." The attendant opened his mouth, but he couldn't say the words he wanted to say to delay the matter. King Shou's words left the imperial court with no way out. Now, even if the imperial court didn't want to investigate, they had to. If the imperial court really didn't care about Fulu school's request, wouldn't that mean that they didn't care about Fulu school at all? The deterioration of their relationship with Fulu school would be even more serious than the turmoil in the imperial court. In the imperial court, no one's position was irreplaceable. They just had to pay a price. However, the position of the Fulu school was truly irreplaceable. Without the Fulu school, there was no way the imperial court could send 3 7th realms, close to 10 6th realms, and countless 5th and 4th realms to hold the fort in the northwest region. This would drain most of the imperial court's manpower. The imperial court was completely silent. Hyunjinko spoke again. "If this is the intention of the Great Zhou court, then I will return to Mount Baiyun and pass on the court's intentions to senior brother sect leader." A moment later, Shangguanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, "Hyunjinko, you have misunderstood. This case is of great importance. I would like to ask you to wait for 2 more days. After the imperial court has discussed this matter, we will give Fulu school an answer." Hyunjinko said indifferently, "In 3 days, I will return to Mount Baiyun. In these 3 days, I will wait for the imperial court's reply." With that, he cupped his fists at the empress again and left. From behind the curtain, the empress said in a dignified voice, "Fulu school cannot be disregarded. The 3 provinces will discuss this matter together. Within 2 days, inform me of the results of the discussion." The head of the Secretariat and the head of the Minister of High Affairs said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Standing outside the curtain, Shangguan Li's voice resounded through the hall. "Dismissed." The officials left the hall in order. On the way back to the Imperial Clan Temple, one of the Imperial Clan officials said, "Your Highness, you were too impulsive. How could you scold Fulu school?" Prince Shou snorted and said, "What's wrong with Fulu school? How dare the Fulu school order the imperial court? Are they trying to rebel?" The imperial clan officials shook their heads and didn't say anything else. Fulu school had existed for thousands of years. Before the Great Zhou, there was already a Fulu school. They had a rich foundation that outsiders couldn't imagine. Even if the imperial court was in chaos, they couldn't make enemies with Fulu school. The imperial clan officials sighed. How could he expect Prince Shou to understand these things? The reason why Prince Shou could be in such a high position was because he was the younger brother of the previous emperor and a member of the Shao royal family. Other than watching opera and drinking tea, he didn't know anything else. If it wasn't because of his identity, the words he said in the imperial court caused a major turn of events that the imperial court didn't want to see. The new and old parties could make him die without a burial ground. Zhang Chun walked behind Prince Shou and said, "Your Highness, last night, I found a tale of tea cakes at home. Tomorrow I'll give you half a coin," Prince Shou said. "Half a coin? Zhang, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Then it's 1 coin. There's only 1 coin left, 1 tale of tea cakes left after a night. Are you going to eat it like grass?" Minister Province, Minister Office. Minister Zhou Jing sat on the main seat. There were 3 people sitting on either side of him. They were the head of the secretariat and 2 attendants. The 4 people in this room were the highest officials of the 3 provinces. They were also the leaders of the great Zhou's ministers. Minister Zhou took a sip of tea and said, "His Majesty asked us to discuss this matter. My 3 lords, please tell us your thoughts." The left attendant stroked his long beard and said, "How could Li Yi's daughter be the disciple of the Fulu School's headmaster? This matter is too strange. They shouldn't have investigated earlier or later. Why did they have to investigate now? This is too much of a coincidence," the right attendant said. "There's no point in talking about this now. This matter could have been dealt with, but Prince Shou's impulsiveness angered the Fulu School. If this matter isn't handled well, the Fulu School will hate him. That would be bad. But if they really want to investigate, it's fine if there's no problem. If there really is a problem, there will be a storm in the imperial court." Minister Zhou looked at the head of the secretariat and asked, "Elder Yen, what do you think?" Of the 4 people, the head of the secretariat had been through 3 dynasties. He was the most senior. The head of the secretariat thought for a while and said, "The 2 attendants have said so much about the stability of the imperial court. Have you thought about what if Assistant Minister Li was really wronged?" The left attendant sighed and said, "The bigger picture is more important," the head of the secretariat said slowly. "Indeed, the bigger picture is more important." When the head of the secretariat said this, the 3 people in the hall fell into silence. The left attendant and the head of the secretariat were not talking about the same big picture. Compared to the injustice Li Yi had suffered, the stability of the imperial court was more important. Compared to the stability of the imperial court, the relationship with the Fulu School was more important. The imperial court was temporarily in chaos, but it would eventually return to stability. If the relationship with the Fulu School was broken, no matter how stable the imperial court was, it would not be able to create a powerful ally like the Fulu School out of thin air. After a long silence, the left attendant said helplessly, "Investigate." The right attendant sighed and said, "We can only do this." A day later, the 3 provinces gave a reply to Li Yi's case. The Fulu School was a friend of the great Zhou. The imperial court attached great importance to the reasonable request of the Fulu School. The 3 provinces discussed and decided that the Supreme Court and Zhongxing Temple would work together to investigate the case of Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel. Regarding this, the Imperial Secretariat had already drafted an imperial edict, and it had been reviewed and approved. Because the case of that year involved the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice was purposely avoided. Usually, this kind of matter would go through the procedures of the 3 provinces. It would take at least half a month for there to be a result. This time, all the procedures were completed in 1 day. It was enough to show the sincerity of the imperial court toward the Fulu School. This was something that could not be helped. Prince Shou had spoken rudely to the head of the Fulu School in the imperial court. This had already pushed the relationship between the imperial court and the Fulu School to the brink of danger. If they did not do their best to make up for it, it would be difficult to heal the animosity between the 2 sides. Zhongxing Temple, the prison. Li Qing looked at Li Mu with some astonishment. She asked, "When did I become the headmaster's disciple?" Li Mu explained, "If you did not have such an identity, the imperial court would not have paid too much attention to you. However, this is not entirely a temporary measure. When you get out of here, you will become the headmaster's disciple." Li Qing shook her head. "Why would the headmaster accept me as his disciple?" Li Mu said. He has to accept you even if he doesn't want to. Now, everyone knows that you are his disciple. When the time comes, when you return to Mount Baiyun, you will have to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony. Li Qing did not understand. But why would the headmaster do this? Li Mu rubbed his nose and said, when you were not here, a lot of things happened. In short, now that I am also a second-generation disciple of the Fulu school, the headmaster still has to give me face. Li Qing looked at him for a long time before she came back to her senses. She asked, Then, do I have to call you martial uncle? Li Mu smiled and said, this is nothing. Thinking about it, I am also Hanyan's martial uncle. Don't we also? In short, we can call each other our own. In the future, in front of the headmaster and several heads, you can call me martial uncle. When there is no one, I will call you boss. Chapter 363. Walking out of the Imperial Clan Temple, Li Mu thought back and realized that he seemed to have some kind of magical power. A kind of magical power that could turn people of the same generation into juniors. Whether it was Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, or the two little snakes that Li Mu hadn't seen for a long time, everyone's relationship was good at the beginning, but then it started to develop in a strange direction. Fortunately, cultivators didn't care too much about these things. As long as they were willing, they could also become Dao companions. Standing at the door of the Imperial Clan Temple, Li Mu sighed softly. It wasn't easy to save her within the rules. It was just a small step, but this small step was also the beginning of something from nothing. Li Mu had long expected that with his face, the Imperial Court wouldn't care at all. His memorial couldn't even be passed by the province under his tutelage. But obviously, they could ignore Li Mu's face, but they couldn't ignore Fulu School's face. This matter also made Li Mu realize a fact. His strength was only supernatural power. All the status and power he had obtained came from the Empress's favor. Without the Empress, he was nothing. Li Mu's face was only useful in front of the Empress. At other times, face had to be matched with strength. If he had the strength of the seventh realm, this matter would have become extraordinarily simple. After lamenting for a while, Li Mu didn't go home. He came out of the Imperial Clan Temple and went to the Imperial Kitchen. Changel Palace. Zhou Yi came back from admiring the flowers in the Imperial Garden. When she walked to the front of the palace gate, she smelled a familiar fragrance. This was the unique fragrance of Li Mu's soup. She and Shangguanli walked into the palace. Mr. Mei greeted them and said, Your Majesty is back. Li Mu just sent today's lunch. Zhou Yi walked to the table. Mr. Mei took out the lunchbox. There were 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were Zhou Yi's favorites. She walked behind the table and found that the memorials on the table had been sorted out. Most of the unimportant memorials had already been dealt with. Some of the important ones were placed on the other side. There was a piece of paper in between the memorials. There were words on the paper. It was Li Mu's handwriting that Zhou Yi was familiar with. She picked up the paper and saw that it was Li Mu's suggestions for the political affairs in the memorials. Even if it was important and required her to deal with it personally, she didn't have to think about it herself anymore. Zhou Yi sat down. As she ate the delicious food, she thought that if she could always have such a person by her side, who could go to court and cook for her, who could help her review memorials, and who could also cook for her, and she only needed to protect him from behind, then it seemed acceptable to let her be the emperor. It was a pity that Li Mu was already married. Otherwise, it would be a good choice for him to stay in the palace for the rest of his life. The Imperial Secretariat. Li Mu was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his crotch. His heart was suddenly alerted. However, he looked around and didn't find any danger. After eating a tribute orange to calm his nerves, Mr. Mei appeared in his yamen. The Imperial Secretariat was a secret place. Except for the officials of the Imperial Secretariat, outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, Mr. Mei was the Empress's man. She walked around the Imperial Secretariat like it was her garden, and no one dared to say anything. Li Mu was busy. After looking up at her, he lowered his head and asked, What's the matter? Mr. Mei walked in and said, Can't I come and see if there's nothing? Li Mu picked up a pen and wrote something on the paper. He said, Of course, but I don't have time to entertain you right now. There's tea in the pot. Pour it yourself. There was no need to be polite with Mr. May. Li Mu was more relaxed in front of her than in front of the Empress. Mr. May didn't pour the tea. He walked behind Li Mu and asked, "What are you writing?" Li Mu said, "A script." Mr. May stood behind Li Mu and looked at him with interest. Suddenly, he said, "I have a question that I've been wanting to ask you for a long time." Li Mu said casually, "What is it?" Mr. May asked, "I've read the strange stories from a Chinese studio that you wrote. Do you have any special fetishes for ghosts?" Li Mu said, "That was written by Pooh. What does it have to do with me?" Mr. May said, "There's nothing that can't be found out by the inner guard." Li Mu raised his head and said, "Then you can ask the inner guard to help you. You don't have to trouble the Zongjing Temple and the Dali Temple with Master Li Yi's case." Mr. May coughed and said, "The inner guard was established not long ago. How can they find out something that happened more than 10 years ago? You haven't answered my question." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Of course not. I'm just treating everyone equally. There were ghosts and human women in that case. Why did you only see ghosts?" Mr. May suddenly understood and said, "I see. I thought you had some feelings for Xiao Bai." Li Mu looked at her in surprise and said, "Why do you have so many strange things to say today? You're just like His Majesty." Li Mu thought of something and said to her, "You're becoming more and more like His Majesty recently. That's not good. You're different from His Majesty. If you imitate His Majesty, you'll delay your life. You might really die alone." Mr. May crossed his arms and said, "Tell me, how am I different from His Majesty?" Li Mu said honestly, "Even if His Majesty isn't the emperor, he's still a famous beauty in Luoyang. Whether he's arrogant or gentle, he's always liked by people. Do you think you're as beautiful as His Majesty?" It was only because of Mr. May that Li Mu would say such heartfelt words to her. If it were Shangguan Li, she wouldn't be single for the rest of her life and have nothing to do with Li Mu. He wouldn't say such things that might offend people. "I know." Mr. May nodded and then asked, "Do you think His Majesty is beautiful?" Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Don't you think so?" Mr. May seemed a little embarrassed and said, Of course I think so." Li Mu picked up the pen again and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. I have to finish writing before I go to the Yamen." Mr. May didn't disturb Li Mu. He turned and walked out of the secretariat. Not long after, 2 internal guards brought another box of mandarin oranges, saying that it was a gift from the Empress. Li Mu accepted it happily. The taste of the mandarin oranges was really good. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai both liked it very much. Of the 2 boxes of mandarin oranges, a few were given to Zhang Chun and some were left for Li Qing. The rest were quickly finished by them. When he went to the Yamen, Li Mu thought that Lu Yi was from South Commandery, which was thousands of miles away from Luoyang. If she could eat mandarin oranges from her hometown here, it might comfort her homesickness. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Yi looked at the 2 oranges that Li Mu handed to her and asked, "Mr. Li, haven't you finished the spiritual oranges?" Li Mu said, "Yes, but His Majesty just sent another box." "Mr. Lu, you're from South Commandery, so I want to leave 2 for you." Lu Yi looked at the oranges that Li Mu handed to her and was moved. She was about to reach out to take them when she suddenly thought of something. She suddenly withdrew her hands and said, "Mr. Li, why don't we talk about the matter first?" Li Mu looked as if he couldn't hide anything from her and said, "To be honest, I want the imperial court to search the soul of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the others. This is the simplest way to investigate the case. I've already written the report. Mr. Lu, please sign it." Lu Yi's face froze and she said, "Mr. Li, the spiritual oranges are too precious. I can't accept it. I'm just kidding." Li Mu left the 2 oranges on the table and said, "I'm already very grateful to Mr. Lu for what happened last time. These 2 spiritual oranges are just a small token of my appreciation." Seeing Li Mu's back disappear, Lu Yi's face was full of emotion. 3 boxes of spiritual oranges. His Majesty's favor to Li Mu had already surpassed the former emperor's favor to the Empress and the imperial concubine. At this time, the right assistant minister of the Hall of Governmental Affairs came in from outside and put a few reports on the table. He said, "Mr. Lu, take a look at these reports first. After we discuss them tomorrow, we'll submit them to Mr. Yen. Hey, why are there 2 oranges here? I'll take one. Stop. Lu Yi shouted, which scared the Right Assistant Minister of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Then he realized that he had lost his composure. He put the 2 oranges in his sleeve and said, "These 2 oranges have a special meaning to me. If Mr. Su wants to eat them, I'll send you a box in a few days." Great soundbar. Li Mu handed a few pages of paper to the owner of the Great Soundbar and said, "Please." The owner of the Great Soundbar said seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'll take care of this matter as soon as possible." After Li Mu left, the owner of the Great Soundbar looked at the few pieces of paper in her hand. What was written on the paper was a complete play. The play was about an official of the Zhao family of the previous dynasty. Because he had offended a powerful official, he was framed by a treacherous official and his family was tragically exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family grew up and avenged his family. In the Li residence, Yu Zhenzi took a few pages of paper from Li Mu's hand and floated away. The ancestral court of Fulu School was located in Mount Baiyun. It had branches all over the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. These branches were inherited from the ancestral court and were united with it. Soon, this play would appear in all the counties of the Great Zhou. Chapter 364. After making these arrangements, the following matters could not be rushed. All they could do was wait. Lu Hanyan was playing the zither in the courtyard. Li Mu listened as he peeled the spiritual orange the Empress had just given him and fed it to her. When he turned around and saw Wan Wan and Xiao Bai staring at him, he also fed them a few pieces. When the song ended, Lu Hanyan turned around and asked, "How's the matter with Constable Li?" Li Mu said, "The Imperial Court has already asked the Imperial Clan Court and the Supreme Court to investigate again. Everything is going according to plan." Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, "When she left you, it was to avenge her family, right?" This question caught Li Mu off guard. From the moment Li Qing appeared in the divine capital, she had never asked Li Mu where he went or what he did every day. She had also never asked him about Li Qing. However, Li Mu knew that she definitely cared. If there was anyone in this world who could make him feel threatened, it would be Li Qing. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "She withdrew from the Fulu school. She didn't tell all her friends because she didn't want to implicate the sect and us." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and then whispered, "If Constable Li hadn't left at that time, could it be?" Li Mu hugged her from behind and said, "There's no if. We're already husband and wife. I've already given you my primordial yang that I've treasured for 20 years. What are you still worried about?" Lu Hanyan whispered, "I was worried that after you met Constable Li, you wouldn't want me anymore. Clearly, she was the first person you met and the first person you liked." Li Mu suddenly realized that he might have been too busy with Li Qing these past few days and neglected her. Lu Hanyan seemed to be strong and opinionated, but in reality, the experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young made her easily lose her sense of security. Coincidentally, Li Qing was the person who made her feel the most insecure. Li Mu felt a little guilty. He hugged her tighter and said, "What are you thinking? If I don't want you, where can I find another pure Yin body that is so young, so beautiful, so versatile, and so good in the kitchen? You will always be the first wife of the Li family. In the future, no matter who enters this family, they will have to listen to you." After being comforted by Li Mu, Lu Hanyan's worries for the past few days had disappeared. While she was feeling touched, she seemed to have realized something and asked, "Who else will enter the house in the future?" "I'm just giving an example. When you make an analogy, who are you thinking of?" Li Mu gave Xiao Bai a look, and Xiao Bai immediately ran over. She took Lu Hanyan's hand and said, "Whether it's in the past or in the future, Sister Wan Wan and I will listen to Sister Lu." Li Mu took the opportunity to get away and said, "I'll go to old Zhang's house to ask about the progress of the case." The Zhang mansion was also in the North Court, not far from the Li mansion. Li Mu left the house and walked a few hundred steps. Inside the Zhang mansion. Think about it. How old are you? Why don't you find a husband and stay at home all day? When can you get married like this? I won't get married, okay? You still dare to talk back? Hearing the quarrel from the inner courtyard, Zhang Chun looked helpless. At a certain moment, she noticed that the footsteps in the inner courtyard were getting closer. She immediately picked up a broom and started sweeping the yard. Mrs. Zhang walked out of the inner courtyard. She wanted to find a place to vent, but when she saw Zhang Chun cleaning the yard obediently, she didn't want to lose her temper. She turned around and walked into the inner courtyard. She shouted, "Do you think I won't scold you if you hide in the house? Open the door." As soon as Li Mu walked into the Zhang mansion, Zhang Chun threw down the broom and said, "You're finally here. If there's anything, let's talk outside." Not long after, in a wine shop on the streets of Luoyang, Zhang Chun drank a few cups and complained about his disobedient daughter and irritable middle-aged wife. Then he said, "You're here to ask about the progress of Li Yi's case, right?" Li Mu nodded and asked, "How's the investigation going?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "It's easy to prove a person's guilt, but it's harder than reaching the sky to prove his innocence. Besides, although the imperial court has compromised this time, it's only on the surface. The Zhongxing Temple and the Supreme Court won't spend too much effort. If the few minor officials who left the Ministry of Personnel were still alive, it's possible to find a breakthrough from them. But they've all died in the hands of Constable Li. And just yesterday, the only old official who had been in the Ministry of Personnel for more than 10 years was found dead in his home. He died of old age." Li Mu raised his wine cup and slowly twirled it between his fingers. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? When the imperial court wanted to investigate Li Yi's case from 14 years ago, the only person from the Ministry of Personnel who had personally witnessed the incident died of old age. Even if Li Qing didn't kill those people for revenge, they would probably die in the next few days due to various reasons. There were too many people who didn't want them to find out the truth of the incident. Li Yi's main crime back then was treason with the enemy. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel accused him of leaking important secrets of the imperial court to a certain demon nation. This led to the Department of Imperial Offerings suffering heavy losses in the war with the demon nation. Almost all of them were wiped out. Because of this case, Li Yi's entire family was exterminated. Only one daughter escaped because she was not in the divine capital. There was no way to find out the truth of what had happened back then. Even the most powerful cultivators could not divine a trace of the heavenly secrets. It was too difficult to overturn the case for him. Ministry of Personnel. Left Assistant Minister Chen Jian clasped his hands at a middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Minister, don't worry. Even if they investigate again, they won't find anything." The person standing in front of him was the Minister of Personnel, Xiao Yun. At the same time, he was also the Duke of Nanyang, a core member of the old party. More than 10 years ago, he was still the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Now, he was the head of the Ministry of Personnel. He looked at Chen Jian and asked, "Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" Chen Jian smiled and said, "Originally, there were quite a few of them, but they were all killed by Li Yi's daughter. Does this count as lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot?" This official would like to know what expression she would have if she knew about this. The Minister of Personnel nodded and said, "That's good." In the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Li Qing lowered her head in self-blame and said, "I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, they might have had a chance." Li Mu comforted her and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. Even without you, they wouldn't have survived these few days. Those people wouldn't have let them live. Don't worry, I'll think of something." Li Mu was most worried that Li Qing would feel guilty and blame herself. After comforting her, he walked out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and met Zhou Zhong outside the temple. Zhou Zhong looked at him indifferently and said, "Give up. If this goes on, Li Yi's ending will be your ending." Li Mu looked at him and turned to leave. Zhou Zhong asked, "You really don't want to give up?" Li Mu looked back at him and said in a deep voice, "I'm not you. I will never give up on her. Never." Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu's departing figure until it disappeared from his sight. Only then did a faint smile appear at the corner of his mouth. From afar, one could see that his figure was slightly hunched, as if he had put down something important. Ziwei Palace. There wasn't anything important in today's morning court. Li Yi's case, which had been a hot topic for the past few days, became the focus of the court's discussion. Although the court had ordered a reinvestigation of this case, even with the combined efforts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and the Supreme Court, they couldn't find a single clue. After all, 14 years had passed since this case. Almost all the clues had disappeared in the river of time. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find a new clue. In the Great Hall, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the evidence for Li Yi's case was conclusive back then. Investigating it now is already an exception. We can't keep wasting the court's resources because of this case." The Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, also stepped forward and said, "The Fulu School wants to investigate this case. The court has already satisfied them and given them an explanation. The court has its dignity and can't be forced by them." The officials of the new party and the old party had already spoken. Their wishes represented the wishes of most of the court. If His Majesty still insisted, it would damage the court's dignity and the officials in the court would not agree. At this moment, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, also stepped forward. The officials in the court already knew that the new party and the old party had joined forces to settle Li Yi's case. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Zhong walked to the center of the court, took off his official hat, and slowly knelt down. When the officials saw this, they were all stunned. Lord Zhou why is he kneeling? Why did he take off his official hat? The officials were in an uproar. In front of the crowd, Prince Zhou stared blankly at the kneeling Zhou Zhong and muttered, "Good fellow." Zhou Zhong knelt on the ground and placed his official hat beside him. He touched the ground with his head and said loudly, "I'm guilty." Chapter 365. The strange behavior of the Assistant Minister of Justice caused the atmosphere in the hall to explode. What is Assistant Minister Zhou saying? He's guilty? What crime did he commit? This can't be. Good heavens, does he want to die? In the imperial court, some people quickly realized something and looked at Zhou Zhong with astonished eyes, their faces full of shock. There were very few fools in the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, countless people had guessed Zhou Zhong's motive. Where the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were, the expressions of the three people changed. Zhou Chuan's expression also changed. Chen Jian's face was pale as he thought to himself, "Impossible, impossible, he will die if he does this." At this moment, Zhou Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke again. Zhou Zhong spoke in a deep voice. 14 years ago, I was bewitched by Qin Jian, the imperial physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Xiao Yun, to frame the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, for treason. Qin Jian could not allow him to continue. He strode forward and said loudly, "Zhou Zhong, what are you talking about? Do you know what the punishment is for framing an official of the imperial court?" Zhou Zhong said indifferently, "So you also know that framing an official of the imperial court is a serious crime." He raised his head and said, "Everything I said is true. I am willing to accept the soul search." A rank 4 official was willing to accept the soul search. This was enough to prove that what he said was true. Zhou Zhong's words caused the imperial court to fall silent for a moment. Then, it became noisy again. Since he wants to confess, why did he wait until today? You can't tell. Before today, who would have thought that the imperial court would reopen this case? But why did he do this? Back then he framed Li Yi, but today he confessed. Zhou Zhong didn't make a difference to what happened back then. Even without him, Li Yi's ending wouldn't have changed. In my opinion, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain the trust of the old party and enter the inner circle of the old party. It was all for today's betrayal. 14 years. He was so patient and loyal to the old party for 14 years, just to commit a crime for his brother? King Shou looked at Zhou Zhong and sighed. He actually endured for 14 years. This Zhou Zhong is truly a man. Realizing the current situation, he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "This person is really sinister." Li Mu, who was standing in the crowd, was also shocked. Zhou Zhong's actions were completely out of his expectations. He recalled what Zhou Zhong had said to him in front of the ancestral temple yesterday and seemed to have understood something. It turned out that he had already made his decision at that time. Li Mu thought that Zhou Zhong was someone who would give up everything for his political ideals. He would commit crimes for Li Qing's life and death, or even his own life and death, compared to some of his ideals, were not worth mentioning. However, Zhou Zhong's actions today overturned Li Mu's understanding of him. Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice could be heard. Arrest Zhou Zhong and all the people involved in this case. Bring them to the Imperial Clan Temple and have them interrogate by the 3 provinces. Although Li Yi's case was not investigated, once something was found, no one would be able to cover it up in front of everyone. During the morning assembly, 2 ministers and 3 assistant ministers were arrested. Other than that, there were also some people involved in the case who were not in the assembly. The internal guards were immediately ordered to arrest them. No one would have thought that this matter would have such a huge turn of events. Those people who framed Li Yi all those years ago thought that victory was in their hands, but they didn't expect that there would be a spy among them. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Zhong was not on the same side as them. He had endured for 14 years, waiting for this day. His counterattack caught both the old and new parties off guard. Although 14 years had passed since they framed a rank 4 imperial court official and caused extremely serious consequences, each and every one of them would not be able to escape death according to the law. In the Imperial Clan Temple, a few of them had their powers sealed and were sent to prison to await trial by the 3 provinces. This case involved a lot of people and no department had the ability to investigate it alone. Li Mu walked into the most luxurious prison. Li Qing woke up from her meditation and asked softly, "What happened outside? Why is it so noisy?" Li Mu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. After organizing his words, he said slowly, "Just now in the assembly, Zhou Zhong admitted in front of His Majesty and hundreds of officials that he was involved in framing your father. Now, the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Works, and the left and right assistant ministers of personnel have all been arrested." Li Qing said anxiously, "He did not frame father. He did all this for their dreams. One day, he could reverse the verdict for father." Li Mu nodded and said, "I know. You don't have to worry. I will report this matter to His Majesty. Although this is not enough to pardon him, he should be able to avoid death." Although Zhou Zhong's actions were pardonable, he could not be completely forgiven by the law just because he was pardonable. After all, he was still considered one of the main culprits back then. Seeing that he had voluntarily confessed to the crime and confessed to being an accomplice, according to the law, he could be spared. Of course, no matter what, after this incident, he could no longer be an official. After a while, Li Mu walked out of Li Qing's prison and came to another place. Zhou Zhong was imprisoned here. He was imprisoned separately from the others. Li Mu stood outside the prison and said, "I thought you would not stand up." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said, "If you could really find out anything, why would I stand up?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This is not your style. If you want to achieve your dreams, you have to protect yourself. This is what you taught me." Zhou Zhong was silent for a moment and said slowly, "But this may be his only chance. If he misses it, there will be no chance for him to regain his innocence." 14 years had passed since Li Yi's case. If the case was closed a second time, it would be impossible to overturn the case in the future. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "So you gave up on your dreams?" Zhou Zhong's gaze was deep as he said calmly, "The flame of dreams will never be extinguished. As long as the flame is still there, the flame will be passed on forever." In another prison cell. With the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel as the leader, the few of them had ugly expressions. Not long after, the door of the prison cell was opened and 3 more people were pushed in. Chen Jian's face was pale as he said, "Marquis Zhongyong, Count Pingon, Thmargyong, you have all been captured too?" The 3 of them were shocked when they saw the few people in the prison cell. After realizing something, they said in shock, "Could it be?" Chen Jian gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Zhou Zhong betrayed all of us." After understanding the whole story, the 3 of them had completely gloomy expressions. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, sighed and said, "If Zhou Zhong's soul is searched and he reveals what happened back then, the few of us will probably be sentenced to death." Qin Jian said, "We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. We must think of a way, or else it will be difficult for us to escape death." The Marquis Zhongyong shook his head and said, "Death is impossible. My family still has a death exemption medallion bestowed by the late emperor. As long as I don't rebel, no one can punish me. The Count Pingon also sighed. It's a pity that the medallion passed down by my father is gone. I originally wanted to pass it down from generation to generation. The Marquis Yongding had a pained expression as he said, my family's medallion probably can't be kept. That damned Zhou Zhong, if it wasn't for his bewitchment back then, the three of us wouldn't have participated in this matter, Qin Jian said in shock. All of you have death exemption medallions? The Marquis Yongding nodded and then looked at the three people opposite him and said, not only us, the late emperor also bestowed one to the Duke of Nanyang. Although Assistant Minister Gao didn't have one, concubine Gao should also have one. She wouldn't not save her brother. The Minister of Personnel glanced at Zhou Chuan who was in the corner and said indifferently, the Zhou family's 2 death exemption medallions have already been used last time. I wonder if the Empress will spare Minister Zhou. Zhou Chuan looked at him and said indifferently, unfortunately, father-in-law gave that medallion to my wife before he passed away. Qin Jian looked at the people around him in a daze and felt that he didn't fit in with them. Out of the 7 people standing here, only he didn't have a death exemption medallion? The Minister of Personnel saw his worry and said, don't worry, the late emperor bestowed 13 medallions and we have already used 12 of them. If I remember correctly, the last medallion should be in the hands of Prince Shou. Hearing Prince Shou's name, Qin Jian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said to the jailer outside the door, quickly go and report that I want to see Prince Shou. Not long later, Prince Shou walked over slowly. Qin Jian grabbed the bars of the cell and said hurriedly, Prince Shou, you must save me. A moment later, after hearing his words, Prince Shou smiled and said, what kind of relationship do we have? Everyone is doing this for the Shao family. Isn't it just a medallion? I will give it to you. Qin Jian heaved a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Your Highness. Prince Shou touched his waist with one hand and his expression suddenly changed. He said in shock, where is my medallion? Where did my big medallion go? Chapter 366. Prince Shou touched his body and said regretfully, I seem to have lost my token. Qin Jian grabbed the bars of the cell and said with a trembling voice, Prince Shou, please don't scare me. This concerns my life. Prince Shou thought for a while and said, well, I'll go back and look for it. It shouldn't be lost. You wait here and I'll tell you when I find it. Seeing Prince Shou leave quickly, Qin Jian leaned against the wall weakly. He looked at the other people in the cell talking and laughing. The atmosphere was very lively. But the lively atmosphere was theirs, and he had nothing. Although they were in the same cell, they were not the same at the same time. In another cell, Zhou Zhong said slowly, back then he and I offended the interests of the upper class and strongly opposed the death exemption token issued by the late emperor. The courtiers and the emperor could not tolerate us. He was framed for treason. Although there was not enough evidence, what they needed was just a reason. Before he died, he entrusted Qing to me and asked me to protect myself first and then slowly complete our great cause. For our great cause, we can give up everything, Li Mu asked. This is the reason why you gave up on her. Zhou Zhong nodded and said, at least, before you moved to Fulu School, I had no other choice. This was the reason why Li Mu had been guarding against Zhou Zhong. This kind of person had a firm goal and was extremely rational. In their eyes, family and friends were not as important as their great cause. They could sacrifice themselves at any time. Li Mu admired his patience and ambition, but he would not get too close to this kind of person. He looked at Zhou Zhong and asked, you made a choice in the end. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Mu and said, this is not a choice. I believe that if I didn't finish it, someone will do it for me and do it better. Li Mu said, don't look at me like that. Zhou Zhong continued, back then, the late emperor gave out 13 gold medallions. He tried his best to abolish it, but he incurred the displeasure of the late emperor and died because of it. All these years, 3 of the 13 gold medallions have been used up. Including the old concubine's gold medallion and the Zhou family's gold medallion, there are 7 left. Among these 7 medallions, 6 will be used up this time. The last one is in the hands of Prince Shou. These things shouldn't have existed from the beginning to the end. In the future, we will probably never see them again. Having said this, he leaned against the wall and sat down. He closed his eyes and said, you can go. I'm already very tired. The prison of the Imperial Clan Temple is a good place to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, his breathing calmed down and he actually fell asleep. Li Mu slowly walked out of the prison. In the courtyard of the Imperial Clan Temple, Prince Shou and Zhang Chun were playing dice under the shade of a tree. King Shou's gambling luck had always been bad. In front of Zhang Chun, there was already a pile of silver fragments. After losing another round, King Shou searched his chest and sleeves. Finally, he couldn't find a single piece of silver. Zhang Chun kept the silver fragments and said, "Why don't we stop here today and wait for the next round when you have enough money?" King Shou slammed a piece of gold on the table and said, "Who are you looking down on? Let's continue. I'm going to win back all the money I lost last time." Zhang Chun looked at the piece of gold and said in surprise, "This piece of gold, why does it look so familiar?" Li Mu looked at it from afar and also felt that it looked familiar. This piece of gold was squarish. Other than the fact that there were no words on it, it looked like it was carved from the same mold as the death exemption medallion. King Shou glanced at Li Mu from afar and asked, "Little Li, are you coming?" 15 minutes later, Li Mu carried the gold and left the Imperial Clan Temple. He planned to melt this thing when he returned. This thing wasn't light and should be enough to make a few pieces of jewelry. He would give one to Lu Hanyan, one to Li Qing, and 2 to Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. If there was any left, he could give it to the Empress. At this moment, the entire Shindu was in an uproar because of something. Today, Li Yi's case, which affected the hearts of countless people, had a shocking turn of events. The first person to suggest reinvestigating the case was Li Mu from the Central Secretariat. He felt that it was unfair for Li Yi back then and wanted to reverse the case for him, but he was rejected by the Imperial Court. After that, people from the Fulu School in the northern county came and forced the Imperial Court to pay attention to this case. On the surface, the case was reinvestigated because of the Fulu School. However, the officials living in the northern courtyard saw the head of the Fulu School entering and leaving the Li residence on the day of Li Mu's wedding. It was obvious who was behind this matter. The commoners did not know what happened after that, but they roughly knew that the Imperial Court did not find out anything about the old case. There were also voices of opposition in the Imperial Court. If there were no accidents, this matter would be left unsettled in the end. However, no one had expected that the case would take such a huge turn. Zhou Zhong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was a core member of the Old Party and had made many contributions to the Old Party over the past decade, admitted in front of all the officials and His Majesty that he had conspired with the Old Party to frame Li Yi back then. He had single-handedly sent the masterminds of the old case to the Zongjing Temple. Among these people were 2 ministers of the 6 ministries and 2 assistant ministers. This was the case that had the greatest impact on the court in all these years and involved the widest range of people. And this was only the mastermind. If the accomplices were included, who knew how many people in the court would be implicated? However, why did Zhou Zhong do this became a mystery in the hearts of the people. Did Zhou Zhong lose his mind? Not only did he court death, but he also pulled in his accomplices. I don't understand, I really don't understand. That's right, what do you think he's after? Did something go wrong in his cultivation and he was invaded by his inner demons, causing him to go crazy? In my opinion, it might be because of the unequal distribution of benefits that caused internal strife. In the entire divine capital, everyone in the streets, taverns, and tea houses were discussing this matter. No matter how they thought about it, they could not imagine that the people who framed Li Yi back then were not found by the Imperial Court. Instead, they were wiped out because of internal strife. As for why Zhou Zhong did this, there were different opinions. Some said that he was invaded by his inner demons, some said that he had lost his mind, and some said that the old party had internal strife. In a restaurant somewhere, an old man could not listen anymore. He slammed his wine bowl on the table and said in a deep voice, "Did you forget that more than 10 years ago, other than Li Qingtian, there was also Zhou Qingtian in the divine capital? What Li Qingtian Zhou Qingtian? 14 years ago, I was only 5 years old. I was still playing with P. I didn't know anything." "Old man, what are you talking about?" The young people in the restaurant were confused. A few of them who were over 30 years old seemed to have thought of something, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. More than 10 years ago, when the late emperor was still on the throne, it was the darkest period of the divine capital in their memories. At that time, the rich and powerful only needed to pay a fine to kill someone. At that time, it was not uncommon for the rich and powerful to kidnap women on the streets. At that time, the officials of the Great Zhou were corrupt, and governance was chaotic. The people suffered greatly. The people of the divine capital would rather take a detour than walk past the government. Even during those dark times, there was still light in the divine capital. At that time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, punished the corrupt officials and brought justice to the officials of the divine capital. The director of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, redressed the grievances of the people. The two of them persuaded the late emperor to abolish the Silver Penalty Act and stopped him from giving out the gold medallion. At that time, they were one of the few rays of light in the hearts of the people of the divine capital. They were known as Qingtian. However, this situation did not last for long. Later, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, was accused of treason, and his entire family was killed. At that time, the people of the divine capital could not accept this result. Assistant Minister Li was righteous and loved the people like his own children. How could he be a treacherous official? What made it even more difficult for the people to accept was that the director of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, was one of the officials who accused him. They used to admire Zhou Zhong, but later on, they hated him as much. After Assistant Minister Li's death, Zhou Zhong quickly sided with the old party and became their lackey. A few years later, he was promoted to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Over the years, he protected many people from the old party and helped the old party fight against dissidents and the new party. Soon, he became the core of the old party. For more than 10 years, the people who were grateful to Li Yi would spit at the Ministry of Justice when they passed by to vent their hatred. However, no one expected that more than 10 years later, Zhou Zhong would stand up for Li Yi in the imperial court without hesitation and reverse the verdict. Someone finally recalled and said in disbelief, "Could it be that Lord Zhou has been enduring humiliation for the past 14 years just for this day?" That's right. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Why would he give up the power he already had? Could it be that we've been wrong about Lord Zhou all these years? Lord Li and Lord Zhou are brothers of different surnames. Back then, Lord Zhou must have known that he couldn't save Lord Li, so he went undercover in the old party and gained their trust. He waited for the right time to reverse the verdict for Lord Li and give those people a fatal blow. 14 years, he was scolded by us for 14 whole years. How much has he been wronged all these years? The truth of what happened back then had been revealed. Many people were filled with regret and their respect for Zhou Zhong was even greater than before. Li Mu's residence. When Li Mu used the true samadhi fire to burn the gold cake, he realized that it was only coated with a layer of gold powder on the surface. The inside was black and looked like iron but not iron. He did not know what it was. Li Mu then threw it into the flask heaven dimension. Prince Shou actually used a gold-plated fake to trick him. He had to be more careful when gambling with him in the future. At the same time, in the Imperial Clan Temple, Prince Shou sighed and walked to the front of the prison cell. He looked at Qin Jian apologetically and said, "Assistant Minister Qin, I'm really sorry. I've searched everywhere for that death exemption golden medallion but couldn't find it. It should have really been lost. Don't worry. Every year on your death anniversary, I'll get people to burn more paper money for you." Chapter 367. Of course, the material used to make the death exemption golden medallion was not ordinary metal. Li Mu had asked Hyun Jinko about it. According to Hyun Jinko, the metal in his hand was a piece of meteoric metal. In the cultivation world, meteoric metal was called meteoric metal. It was a metal that did not exist in the 10 continents. It was extremely tough and was most suitable for refining weapons. It was one of the main materials for refining heaven-grade magic treasures. Therefore, Li Mu found a new box and put it away. It might be useful in the future. Then, he began to think about something. Although Zhou Zhong's suicide attack was useful, according to the law, he himself could not escape the death penalty. Of course, Li Mu could not watch him die. After thinking about it, he left the house and walked toward the palace. At the same time, in the southern courtyard, it was a mansion with more than 10 entrances. Several figures gathered together. They did not look happy. I've told you that Zhou Zhong is a traitor. We can't trust him easily. Now, not only have we lost control of the Ministry of Justice, but we've also given away the entire Ministry of Personnel. What's the point of saying all this now? Who knew that Zhou Zhong would be so cunning? He seemed to listen to us on the surface, but he always had evil intentions. He destroyed all our years of hard work. Preposterous. I can't take this lying down. The people present were all members of the Shao royal family. They were all furious that Zhou Zhong had betrayed them. At this moment, one of them looked at King Shou and asked, "Fourth brother, don't you still have a death exemption golden medallion? Give it to Chen Jian. He has been loyal to us for many years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard." King Shou spread his hands and said, "I lost that death exemption golden medallion." "What? You lost it? Where did you lose it? You actually lost such an important thing? What else can you do?" King Shou shrugged and said helplessly, "I can swear to the heavens that the death exemption golden medallion is no longer in my hands. Perhaps this is his fate. You really lost it? You really lost it? Have you searched for it?" "I tried using an object-seeking talisman, but I couldn't find it. Look at you, other than drinking tea, listening to operas, and gambling with dice, what else can you do? How did our Shao clan end up with you?" "Sai, forget it. Whether Chen Jian dies or not, I don't care. But Zhou Zhong must die. If he doesn't die, he will forever be a disgrace to our Shao clan. Anyone can survive, but Zhou Zhong must die. Send this letter to the Zhou family. They should know what to do. Didn't he want to overthrow Li Yi? I would like to see who will save him this time." In the Chang'e Palace, Li Mu prepared the dishes for the Empress. He also poured fresh and fragrant tribute tea into a jade cup and placed it beside her hand. Zhou Yi said, "There are no outsiders here. You can sit down too." Li Mu said, "I'll just stand. If your Majesty has any orders, please call me." Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "Why are you so good to me today?" Li Mu asked, "Did I not treat your Majesty well in the past?" Zhou Yi was speechless for a moment, then said, "That's not what I meant." Then she said softly, "Sit down. I don't want to eat alone." Li Mu sat opposite her and accompanied her to eat for a while. At a certain moment, he raised his head and asked, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with Zhou Zhong?" Zhou Yi said, "According to the law, he should be beheaded." Li Mu quickly said, "But he turned himself in and confessed all his accomplices. It can be considered meritorious. Shouldn't he be given a light sentence?" Zhou Yi took a memorial from the side and handed it to him, saying, "This is the memorial that the Secretariat just handed over. Take a look." Li Mu opened the memorial. From the signature, it was handed over by an official of the new party. In this report, there was a detailed list of cases where Zhou Zhong had covered up for the officials of the old party over the years. A single case was not a big deal, but when all of them were put together, it was enough to convict him of the felony of bending the law for personal gain. This crime could be heavy or light. If it was light, it could be a forfeit of salary. If it was heavy, it could be beheaded. In the past 10 years, in order to gain the trust of the old party, Zhou Zhong used the power in his hands to cover up many officials of the old party. He also violated the law and did many things that were beneficial to the old party. They were all listed in this memorial. Perhaps only the old party itself could understand these things in such detail. It seemed that Zhou Zhong's behavior of harming himself and hurting the enemy had thoroughly angered the people behind the old party. The old and new parties joined forces to put him to death. In order to execute Zhou Zhong, the old party even exposed some of their own scandals and sacrificed some people. The purpose was to make Zhou Zhong's death irreversible. Zhou Yi picked up a piece of tofu and slowly ate it before saying, "These crimes added together are enough for him to die twice." Li Mu picked up his chopsticks and put them down, saying, "I think that although Zhou Zhong violated the law in the past, there is a reason behind it that cannot be ignored. His good friend was wronged and died tragically. He had no way to seek justice through the imperial court and the late emperor. How desperate was that? In order to redress his good friend's case, he violated morality and endured humiliation until today. He is praised and respected by the people. If the imperial court does not care about the reason and sentences him to death, I'm afraid that people will not be convinced. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "So, you are here to plead for him?" Li Mu looked at her eagerly. "Your Majesty," Zhou Yi said helplessly. All right, I promise you." Li Mu's appetite suddenly improved. If he had known that acting coquettishly could settle this matter, he would not have thought of so many reasons. Perhaps this was what it meant to be fearless when one was favored. For this favor, Li Mu was willing to be her intimate cotton jacket for the rest of his life. Zhou Yi added, "I can only save his life. In the future, he will no longer be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and will need to stay away from Luoyang." Li Mu said, "As long as you can keep him alive, that is enough." After serving the empress, Li Mu walked out of Chengel Palace and let out a long sigh of relief. Li Mu had already reached the limit of what he could do by not executing Zhou Zhong directly. It was also considered an explanation to Li Qing. If he made any further requests, it would be difficult for the empress. Of course, she was the empress. Her words were the law. It was not impossible for her to pardon Zhou Zhong and Li Qing directly. However, Li Mu still hoped that the imperial court would maintain order. He would not let the empress walk down the same path as the previous emperor. Imperial Secretariat. The head of the Imperial Secretariat, the head of the Imperial Secretariat, the head of the Ministry of Justice, and the servants gathered to judge Zhou Zhong. In fact, there was nothing much to try in this case. The soul-searching technique was not difficult for the presiding judges. With Zhou Zhong's active cooperation, the details of the case were revealed at a glance. Li Yi's crime of treason was purely a false accusation. Among them, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel, Zhou Chuan, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Duke of Ping, and the Marquis of Yongding were the masterminds of the case. According to the law, they should be executed. However, among these 7 people, 6 of them had a gold medallion. A gold medallion bestowed by the previous emperor could exempt them from all crimes except for rebellion. They would be stripped of their official and noble positions, but they could keep their lives. Even so, this was a huge blow to the imperial court. Out of the 6 ministers, 2 of them were executed in this case alone. None of the 3 main officials of the Ministry of Personnel were left. Just filling up the vacant positions was a huge headache for the 3 provinces. However, the outcome was already decided. If the case was not investigated, then so be it. No matter how much injustice Li Yi had suffered, as long as the imperial court did not investigate, there would be nothing. As long as the imperial court did not investigate, the ministers of the Ministry of Personnel were still ministers, and the assistant ministers were still assistant ministers. They were still important officials and pillars of the imperial court. However, since the imperial court had investigated, no matter what the outcome was, they had to accept it. The other 6 were already prepared. After the 3 provinces made their verdicts, the 6 gold medallions were placed on the table of the Imperial Secretariat. Only the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, sat on the floor and muttered, "I'm so stupid. I only knew that I was with you to frame Li Yi, but I didn't know that all of you had gold medallions except for me. I regret it, I really regret it." After sentencing the masterminds, the left assistant minister asked, "How should we deal with Zhou Zhong?" The right assistant minister said, "Based on the crimes he has committed over the years, he should be executed." The left assistant minister looked at Zhou Jing and asked, "What do you think, Lord Zhou?" Zhou Jing said, "I am deeply ashamed that my younger brother framed a loyal official. I will leave the following matters to the 3 of you." With that, he slowly walked out of the Imperial Secretariat. The head of the Imperial Secretariat shook his head and said, "I am also a little tired. You 2 can do as you see fit." With that, he also left with his hands behind his back. The left and right assistants looked at each other and exchanged glances. Zhou Zhong had single-handedly turned the imperial court into a mess. After this incident, both the new and old parties hoped that Zhou Zhong would disappear forever. His disappearance would be a good thing for the imperial court. The left assistant minister cleared his throat and said, "If that's the case, Then, at this moment, Mr. May walked in from outside and said, "His Majesty has decreed that the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, tried to redress his friend's innocence. Although it is pardonable, it is not pardonable by law. From today onwards, he is stripped of his position as Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and will be banished to the army." The two assistants looked at each other again and bowed at the same time. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although banishment to the army was lighter than the death penalty, it was still more severe than exile. Moreover, the place of banishment was near the borders of the demon nation or the netherworld. It was desolate and dangerous. Even if the banished person did not die under the blade of the executioner, he would die under the hands of the demon ghosts. The difference was that the latter way of dying was to protect the great Zhou. It was more heroic than the former way of dying. Criminals who were banished to the army were usually used as cannon fodder. Even if they were at the fifth realm, they would not survive. This ending should be enough to satisfy those people. At the Imperial Clan Temple. "You are not righteous. You will not die a good death. You will not die a good death." When Chen Jian was escorted into the Imperial Clan Temple's prison again, he could not help but roar with grief and indignation. Zhang Chun sat under the shade of a tree and shook his head. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" King Shou sighed and said, "The heavenly Tao is clear. There will always be people who have to pay the price for their past mistakes. Although the imperial court is big, it cannot tolerate animals." Zhang Chun looked at King Shou in surprise. He said in surprise, "I can't believe you would say something like that, Your Highness." King Shou waved his hand and said, "This is something I learned from the opera. It's based on my feelings. It's not targeted at anyone. Come, let's continue. Today, I will win back all that I lost in the past." Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, "Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him." A person beside him said, "Forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year?" The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, "I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him." That person was silent for a moment before saying, "Even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter." The Duke of Nanyang asked, "What is it?" The person said, "Have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the Imperial Clan Temple?" After being reminded by him, Commandery Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, "During this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing Temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman." Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, "These are two completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion." The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, "A large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead." What choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked. What if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, "Clean up the Emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials." Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, "Is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice?" "Let me take a look." A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, "It says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, "Why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago?" The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, "This play was actually written for him. This Lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qingtian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name." There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play. Even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money. Who did not like to listen to plays? However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing? It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it. So the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together. Wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Do Yi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her? What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. **T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of **T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. They deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Bai Yun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in. Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process. Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the Assistant Minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "he and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Lun, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The Empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later, Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning. If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the Great Zhou. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could." Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the book of 10,000 people. After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it." When the official named Wang Lun heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later, the consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more. After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yu Zhenzi in his home. Yu Zhenzi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yu Zhenzi said, "These are the book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yu Zhenzi said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, "I believe in His Majesty." Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, "Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today." The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "The nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately." Zhang Chun said mockingly, "The imperial court? Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him?" On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, "This is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law?" Zhang Chun retorted, "If we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people?" The two of them were in a heated argument. Sheng Guanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, "Silence." The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. "What do you think?" As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. "I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law." Seeing these people step forward, Many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, "I would like your majesty and all the officials to see something first." With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, "A blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people." Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, "Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy." Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the Great Zhou. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, 2 figures, 3 figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The 2 attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your majesty, please have mercy. The head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. It's young Lord Li. The woman beside him is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant. Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, Li Mansion, written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak! The door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit-gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Hyun Jinko stood in the courtyard and smiled. "Congratulations, junior brother." Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. "Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister." Hyun Jinko said, "There's no need for thanks between fellow disciples." Yuzenzi said calmly, "The disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied." Hyun Jinko continued, "Junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later." Li Mu said, "I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while." Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 5th realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "When you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you." Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, "I understand." Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, "Listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do." Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, "Okay." Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, "Take good care of Qing." One of the worshippers said, "It's time to go." Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, "Let's go." After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed. "Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect," Li Mu said, "this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about." The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, "I'll go get him." After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yu Zhenzi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, "This is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed." He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yu Zhenzi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, "This seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Bain and ask Senior Brother Sect Master for help." Li Mu waved his hand, "No need." After a while, Chengel Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, "Your Majesty, I can't open this." Crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Chengel Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people?" Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then he asked Li Mu, "What do you think?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the Great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the Great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying Great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the Great Zhou would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xianxia, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Chang'e Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. You're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore. Okay, open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Chang'e Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. the scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demons seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Zhou came back to her senses and said, "I'm fine. You can go back first." Li Mu said, "The soup in the imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you." Zhou waved her hand and said, "No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first." Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, "Then I'll go back first." Walking out of Chang'e Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Chang'e Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Chang'e Palace and said with emotion, "What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat." Another official said, "What is he holding in his hand?" "It looks like a book." When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, "It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes." Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room? I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Shindu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties. In a certain county in Great Zhou. Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Shindu. Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. He turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountaintop, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairies' Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. "The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead?" "Where is he?" Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the sixth realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed. That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dermic powers. Their attacks were more like Taoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Taoist techniques and Taoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The old party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the old party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the old party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the two argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year?" The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. "Yes, Lord Li is right. If the 2 of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan." After some thought, Li Mu said, "How about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen." "I don't agree." The 2 of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. "What right do you have to disagree?" Li Mu's face darkened as he said, "As officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the 2 of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the 2 of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the 2 of you satisfied?" Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Xiao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, "I agree with what Sir Li said." Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. "If the 2 of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer?" Song Liangyu looked at the 2 and asked, "Lord Xiao, Lord Zhou, what do you think?" Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The 2 of them looked at each other and said at the same time, "Then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal." The 2 of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, "The nomination of the last person? That is none of your business." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person?" Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, "The position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shendu Medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qin, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qin, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, the Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time? Li Mu looked at him and said, why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao? Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, Lu Qin is Lu Qin then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you? Lu Qin had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qin much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts? The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, let's listen to Sir Li. Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qin were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huaili said, next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn. Xiao Ziyu quickly added, it's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss. The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, in my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat. Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, why? Li Mu said, because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty. Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions? Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. Then what do you think we should do? Zhou Xiong said, it's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate one person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel. He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, that's fair. Let's do it this way. It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the Secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the Secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the Secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat and the head of the Secretariat. If the officials of the Secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Chang'e Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look. Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel? Li Mu said, This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough, cough, cough. After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court. After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, You can choose the rest. Li Mu took a step back and said, Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think. Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques. Zhou Yi said lightly, Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor. Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Changel Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Qin Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Changel Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing." As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in. Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice. Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me. Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel. An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control. At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Xiao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other 2 parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the 2 parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "In 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun." Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, "Here's to you." The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, "You guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you." Xianxia raised his wine cup and said, "That's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future." Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, "Here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future." Xianxia agreed and said, "That's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end." Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word "happiness" on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow. I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if Father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister, eh?" Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry. Her Majesty agreed. There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?"